Welcome to the board meeting for Thursday, April 25th, 2024, Cupertino Union School District. The meeting is called to order. Today is World Penguin Day. I hope that the Mortal people know that. And could we have roll call, Erin?
Yes. Trustee Madhatel?
Here.
Trustee Leon?
Here.
Trustee Chow? Absent. Trustee Lu?
Here.
Trustee Vogel?
Here. Moving along to board agenda approval, I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Jerry. A second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Satish. Roll call vote, please, Erin.
Trustee Leon?
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel?
Aye.
Trustee Lu?
Aye.
Trustee Vogel?
Aye. Erin, do we have any public comment on the closed session items?
And we do not?
All right, then in that case, we are adjourned to closed session. Okay, we're back from closed session with nothing to report. So moving right along to the board study session, Superintendent Yao.
Yes, thank you. So for tonight's board study session, we are bringing forward our finance and budget department have gone in to take a look at our current budget and wanted to do a deep dive. We know that oftentimes we get questions. And I think especially as this time, as we're getting close to developing next year's budget, to really have a chance to dive in deep and ask those questions and find out a little bit more. So our Tina Burnell, our Director of Finance, is also joining us, and she and Chris will be presenting. So I think there's a lot of information and we'll get started with it. I'll turn it over to Chris.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Stacy mentioned, this is our opportunity to kind of go deeper into the budget. And I know we've been talking about wanting to do this, and this was probably a great opportunity. And we're not going to go through everything in the budget, as you have heard me talk about our budget when I report out the adopted second interim. We start looking at things more at the mile high level as far as where we spend our money and how we spend our money. But today I was hoping, or Tina and I were hoping, that we could take a little bit deeper dive into two areas which represent, when you look at the entire district budget, a large percentage of. And I think the board has asked us many times as far as what we're budgeting and spending in the areas of like supplies, materials, and services, that those are big things. And that's what we're going to focus on today. So we're just going to take a deep dive into how the monies are budgeted under the category of supplies, materials, where those funds are originating, because you'll start hearing some of the terminology again between restricted and unrestricted. And then as time allows, we want to just kind of touch upon the status of our requirement to set aside monies for routine repair maintenance. So with that, we'll get going. I'll start us off, and you've seen this slide before. We've been trying to graphically show how we spend our money, and all of these categories here are technically what they are referred to as functions. The state requires us to account for their dollars in a particular way. So these functions are really what the purpose of those dollars are being spent on. So the largest part obviously reflects the main reasons why we're in business, educating students. And the largest part of our budget is general education, our general education population. So this kind of just gives you a sense in terms of all the different areas. So this is kind of just a highlight to what Tina is going to kind of go through as we dig deeper down. But I just wanted to kind of reintroduce the slide just to kind of get a sense in terms of how we prioritize our dollars. But then now getting down into those layers, Tina, do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to start off by reviewing the general fund expenditures, but we're going to divide them up by function so that you can kind of see how those are broken up. We'll also look at the different types, restricted, unrestricted, etc. Thank you. We'll take a deeper dive into books and materials, as well as into services and operating. And as Chris said, time a lot, we will talk about the routine restricted maintenance account. So this slide is just a recapture of our overall general fund. So this is everything in the general fund. So let's quickly recap. Our general fund holds over $250 million worth of expenditures. The general fund consists of 4 sub-funds. Those are Fund 1, Fund 7, Fund 8, and Fund 9. You might say, okay, what are each of those funds? So there's 2 unrestricted funds, which includes Fund 1 and Fund 9. Fund 9 being our lottery. And then our restricted funds are Fund 7 and Fund 8, which are our special education and our special program funds. So the 4 funds added together roll up into the $250 million. To the bottom right-hand corner, this is another depiction of that general fund budget of $250 million, but it divides it overall into what is restricted and unrestricted, so that way you can see of the overall budget, you're able to see the 2/3 of the budget almost is in restricted funds, and about 1/3 is in unrestricted. Now, in the top graphic of the general fund, the $250 million, you can see what makes up the general fund. Starting on the right, we've got certificated salaries. Moving around, we have classified salaries, our benefits. Then you'll see our books and supplies at 6%, services and other operating expenses at 12%. Our capital outlay, we have some transfers of indirect costs, and we have some other outgoing. So there was a couple questions that tend to pop up when we talk about the general fund. And so I'm going to address those now, and then that way you can ask more questions later if you need to. So one of the questions is, out of the certificated salaries, so out of that $99 million in certificated salaries, what percentage is only management? So out of that 99 million, about 10.9 million is certificated management. So that's about 11% of the total of just certificated. If you look at all of the salaries, certificated and classified, that would be about 7.7% of total salaries is certificated management. Was there a question? Does that make sense or no? You want me to repeat it?
Yeah, please.
Oh, no problem. So there's 2 different ways to look at it. We have certificated and we have classified. So if we just take the certificated pot all by itself, so we've got $99 million. Out of that $99 million, $10.9 million in management. Okay,
Certificate management.
certificated management. Are you with me still? Okay. So then sometimes people want to, I wasn't sure if the question was what percentage of certificated is managed certificated management, or is it what percentage of all salaries added together is certificated management? So that's why I gave you both numbers. One is just certificated by itself. One is out of total salaries all added together.
I think one of the other, and you may not have it off the top of your head, I know that I don't, is out of the classified salaries, what percentage of classified salaries are managed?
I have that as well.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it. So out of the classified 42 million, 4.1 million is classified management, which is about 10%. So out of that 42 million, about 10%, 4.1 million is classified management only. If you look at it out of total salaries, all salaries, your certificated management is 7.7, your classified management is 2.9. So about 10.6 million combined is management if you look at it with certificated and classified combined. Does that make sense?
Tina, I have a procedural question.
Sure.
Would you rather we ask as we go along, or would you rather we wait till the end?
At the pleasure of the board.
What do you guys want to do? You want to ask as we go along? Okay. All right, then indicate if you have a question. Okay, thank you.
You bet, no problem. Okay, so the other question that sometimes comes up is there's a little section up at the top that says other outgoing. It's right below the indirect costs. So other outgoing is our debt services. And there's only 2 little small things that go into this. We had some copier debt with Delage that is now completed, so that's done. And then we have our vehicle leases with Enterprise through our maintenance department. So those are in what we call debt services, which falls into the other outgoing. So sometimes that pops up. So I just wanted to share that as well. Just a quick reminder as well, the parcel tax went away a year ago, and we absorbed $8 million in salaries and benefits when that happened. So just keep that in the back of your head that that was absorbed in these costs right here that used to be paid out of the parcel tax. So the part that we're going to focus in on next is in the general fund, there was a sliver of that pie that was about $15 million or 6% that was called books and supplies. And in books and supplies, we have a couple different types of books and supplies. We have reference materials, we have non-capitalized equipment, and we have materials and supplies. So non-capitalized equipment is equipment that costs over a certain number, but under a certain number. So some things that are in here are things like staff devices, which we're going to talk more about later on in the presentation. But you'll notice out of this pie, the biggest chunk is the materials and supplies coming in at 90% or $13 million. So let's dig into that a little bit and get into what is made up in that $13 million. So this is that $13 million of materials and supplies divided by fund. So here you can see which funds are restricted, which funds are unrestricted out of that percentage. So in Fund 1 unrestricted, we have about 5.5 million or 40% of those materials and supplies of that $13 million that are in Fund 1 unrestricted. The other ones are restricted, Fund 7 and Fund 8, and then you'll see there's a little bit in Fund 9 as well, which was unrestricted. But knowing that Fund 1 unrestricted has 5.5 million, that has the most, let's continue to dive into that and figure out and understand what that is. So one of the things that is in unrestricted Fund 1 materials and supplies are school site funds. So I thought this would be a good time for us to talk a little bit about how we determine the school site general education funds and what the formula is and how that's determined. So currently right now, the formula that we use is $85.84 times the total enrollment at the 10-day count, which occurs after the school year starts. We also add an additional $1 times that 10-day enrollment for grades 3 through 8. This was added a couple of years ago to support testing, so extra pencils and papers and all those things that were needed to do formal testing, and it has not been updated. These enrollment counts do include SDC, and it's important to note that schools also receive additional funding from other revenue sources and special programs. This is just one materials and supplies that we're looking at right now, but they do receive other funding. And you can see what each school is raised. So let's look in more detail at Fund 1, that unrestricted materials and supplies. So in this depiction, the $5.5 million is organized by resource so that you can see how it's divided up by resource. The couple of resources that are in Fund 01 unrestricted include resource 0100, which is our LCAP supplemental fund. So that's where we put all of our LCAP goals, and that's what funds our LCAP goals. Resource 0104 is our mandated block grant. That's the state provides us with a little bit of money to help us implement the different mandates that they pass down. So we do have a little bit of a block grant there. Resource 0305 is the instructional materials realignment. So in 2014, LCFF replaced the state's instruction materials funding realignment program funds, as well as the school and library improvement block grant. So when that went away in 2014, CUSD continued to allocate money from LCFF to this particular resource to help fund textbooks adoptions. So even though the instructional materials realignment basically went away in 2014, CUSD has continued to put money from LCFF in here to help fund the textbooks adoptions and to help have that money set aside for that. And then you'll see resource 0000 has about $3.5 million in it. So let's look at this just another way, but this time by department. So we're going to be looking at that same materials and supplies of 5.5 million, but this time we're going to look at it segmented by department so that you can see how it's segmented. So it's the exact same 5.5 million in unrestricted materials and supplies. And you'll notice the three largest segments, those are the ones we're going to kind of dive into. So the first one is IT at 30%, about 1.6 million. The second one is our schools at 1.3 million. And the third one is ed services at 1.2 million. I do want to note, and I noted it here as well, that schools and departments, again, they also receive additional funding from other sources and other special programs. Right now, we're just looking at one particular pot of the Fund 1 materials and supplies. So the first one we're going to look into is IT. So this first depiction in the top left is our IT materials and supplies. And the IT materials and supplies was 1.6 million overall. And there's two resources that those are split into. 85% in resource 0000, and then 15% in the mandate block grant. So you can see those in the top left. In the bottom right, that exact same 1.6 million is divided by type. So you can see what type of expenditures are in these programs. So in the 1.6 million, we have 4% in staff devices. We've got 38% in the department administration. We've got 5% in our LCAP goals. We have 8% in our school safety, and we have 45% in our student devices. I do want to make a couple of notes here because, again, I mentioned that this is only one particular pot of funds that we're looking at right now. We do have staff devices and student devices in additional funding sources as well, which I've listed here to the left. So there are additional staff devices in that non-capitalized equipment that I shared with you a couple slides back. So that there's an additional 551. So the total for staff devices between the two adds up to 603,000. And then there's additional student devices in another resource, our gear funding, in the amount of 203,000. So the total for student devices of both is 842,000. So I just wanted to note that that's not the total representation of staff and student devices. There's other funding sources that have those as well. So also in the general fund is the school funding, as we've already started to talk about a little bit. So that 1.2 million in school funding for general materials and supplies. This is just a depiction of what each individual school receives. And I know I've already mentioned it, but they receive funding from other sources as well. So this is just one pot of money. The third section we're going to look at is educational services. So this first chart organizes ed services by resource. Ed services, just to refresh your memory, was about $1.2 million. So that $1.2 million divided by resource, we have that instructional materials realignment that you saw back on slide 9. We have resource 0000, and then we have the majority in our LCAP supplemental. So the LCAP supplemental is the money that we set aside for our LCAP to serve those students that need us the most. So you'll see that the majority of what they're receiving in ed services is to support those goals.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can we, before we move on to the educational services, can I just ask some questions about all of the books and supplies
Of
slides? So materials and supplies is like the ed code official, like that's like the one that all school districts have to report to the state?
Yeah, so the overall arching is books and supplies.
Books and supplies.
And then underneath books and supplies, then you have different types. So underneath books and supplies, there's materials and supplies, which seems kind of redundant, but that's how it works. And then now you're breaking it down under materials and supplies. Yes.
Okay, so, and then in that same vein, all of these things like IT, transportation, grounds, custodial, that's all like, I guess I was surprised that that's where that falls under. And so I'm just curious, is that our determination? Is that the state's determination? Like were those categories? Is it like a template that you know, that you have to work with?
Let me understand. So I think what Trustee Leong is referring to is how the district is accounting for it from an account code's perspective. And so, as Tina mentioned, all of these account codes or types or how we're describing it all fall in alignment with with the state accounting code structure. So what terminology we use for those basic supplies all are in alignment with how we have to report to the state. Where the board has seen this in a different, we've been talking about the same thing, but we've always referenced to the object codes. And so when we go through and share with you the budget, the interim, we are talking about it using object codes to differentiate between textbooks, non-textbook materials, and things like that. But this really is still the same way we have to report it. So we're just kind of breaking it down into the actual way to describe, I guess, these types of expenditures.
Okay. So for example, under under custodial, like the
Slide number 10, is that what you're looking at right now?
yes, slide
Uh-huh.
10. Sorry.
Okay.
So I guess if I were to understand it kind of big picture is supplies is like any supplies that the school district needs to run operationally. Is that so like custodial, transportation, grounds, like we're talking about the lawnmower or the
Yeah, so on slide 10, as I caught up, so what's on here represents each department whose budgeted monies towards supplies within Fund 01. This is the breakdown of how much by department is allocating funds for supplies. But I think I also heard you ask the question to use transportation as an example. So all the supplies related to operating the bus fleet falls under this one category.
okay. Okay. Thank you. That it's interesting because I think when I think books and supplies or materials and is it books and supplies? Books and supplies is the top one. I didn't think about like the supplies for all the other operational things are also fitting under there. So that it's, yeah. Thank you.
Satish?
Yes, I have a general question. So I think slide 5. I'm trying to understand this restricted versus unrestricted. The restricted shows almost like 2/3 of our total budget. Is it salaries and other things part of restricted benefits, salaries and everything? I was under the impression that the unrestricted or restricted should be lower and unrestricted should be more for us to be flexible. Can you explain a little bit more here on this, that bottom, the graph, please?
So the bottom graph that takes the $250 million and how Tina is showing it is that the majority of the $250 million is not unrestricted. It's actually restricted. These are resources now. I make sure I'm understanding.
No.
your question.
What is the content of that 160? High level, is it salaries, benefits, and things like that?
Yeah, so it takes that full pie, the 250 million that's up at the top, and it's just re-segmenting it into what portion of all of that is unrestricted and what portion of all of that is restricted. So it's basically just looking at, we're basically looking at the same pie in a lot of different ways. We're segmenting it in different ways. So you are correct, down the bottom right, that 160 million includes all the certificated salaries, all the classified salaries, all the benefits, all the supplies that are in the restricted funds are represented in the restricted part of the pie. And all of the items in the general fund that are unrestricted in the unrestricted funds 1 and 7, those are represented in the green portion of the pie.
So is there a restriction within the restricted pie? What I mean is there are subcategories. This 160 could be divided into 10 pieces. So you have restrictions within that, between them?
Yes, so each funding source comes with its own restrictions. So we have, if there was, as your example, if there were 10 different funding sources in that restriction, I would have 10 different sets of restrictions that I have to follow for each one of those funding sources. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're different. But yes, each one of those funding sources comes with different restrictions.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question?
I had questions. Can we go to slide 10, please? Thank you, Tina, for taking time to break this down. So I really like seeing this. Can you explain what ComEng is?
Yeah, communications and engagement, family
Oh.
engagement.
I probably got cut.
I apologize that there was a few abbreviations. Yeah, we abbreviated a few things because the charts were getting kind of full.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would be something, because I noticed this, the superintendent is at 3%, and what typically would be under that budget?
So superintendent and budget also includes all of the materials for the board as well. So it would include anything and everything that we, I don't have the budget right in front of me. I know there's go ahead.
So some of it comes into things like the state of the district that's covered under the superintendent budget. Some of our monthly challenges fall under the superintendent budget. So it really covers a lot of different areas. Probably some overlap between our communication and engagement that we could probably combine it into one category, but we do try to keep them separate.
Okay, so events that's under your purview then. Okay, thanks. And then the next slide on 11. On the lower right-hand corner, IT materials and supplies resource. I can understand a large chunk of it of spending on our student devices, and they say staff devices is, 10% of that, but then department admin devices is almost as large as the student devices. What are we spending money on? And
Sorry, the department admin is not devices. So that is the other materials that they need to be able to operate the district from an admin perspective in the IT department. So that's not devices. So you've got staff devices, you got student devices.
Mhm.
There's a separate chunk of department admin that includes things like their,
Let's have Mahmood.
oh,
maybe-
sure.
Can you talk a little bit about what your general supply budget covers?
Yeah, so this would include a lot of services that we'd be running from the IT department that supports the whole district. So some of the tools that, for example, our Google services, our licenses for Google service, which is used by the whole district, but we funnel it as an IT budgeted item.
so the service is under materials and supplies,
So
as software service, you mean?
So it would be, so if it's a material, if it's a license, we do have a different area, but if it's a material item, we would do it from there. So I guess for materials, I would use something like maybe our monitors that we'd be purchasing for some of the equipment, or if we need the cases for the hotspots for the student use. So there's a lot of different things that instead of it being broken down per site, we do it as an IT service to support all the schools and departments. We can always gather a little bit more detailed list if you're interested in that.
Be
and come
great,
back to you.
thank you. Not so far.
Jace, you have a question?
Not specifically on this, but I'm wondering about the budgeting process. Year over year, when we set the budget, is it a zero-based kind of thing, or do we take the previous year and make adjustments to it? Or how
Our,
does-
our practice has been to go back and take the prior year, make adjustments. As we meet with each department, they go through what their needs may be for the coming year, and we put that all into that. But we don't go back and zero out all the budgets.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I have a question. Back in the day, we had something called categoricals. Is that the same as what we now call restricted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
See what page we're on.
So now we're back to page 14, please. Okay, so you'll recognize this slide. This is back to the overall general fund slide. So I'm just refreshing your memory about the overall general fund of 250 million. But this time we're going to dive into this blue triangle that has kind of been removed a little bit, the services and other operating, which is 12% of our overall general fund budget of $30 million. So that's the exact same slide. We're just calling out that we're going to go into the services and other operating. So in the services and operating, there's a lot of different things that are covered within this. So you'll see travel and conferences, dues and memberships, our insurance, operations and housekeeping, our rentals, leases and repairs, direct cost transfer, professional consulting, communication, sub-agreement for services. So those are all the different types that are in the services and operating. So the two segments that are the largest that I want to dive into, the first one is what is called here professional consulting. So I do want to touch a little bit on this. So you'll see my little definition there with the asterisks. So professional consulting services is defined as expenditures for personal services rendered by personnel who are not on the payroll of the LEA. So these are contracted services for personnel to cover vacant positions. So within that, we have Fund 7 and Fund 8 in our professional consulting. And one of the questions that tends to come up, and I want to cover this before we move on, is in that what percentage is restricted and what do we use it for? So out of that $17 million, 58%, currently right now, 85% of that is restricted. 37% is restricted in special education. And then in Fund 8, our special programs, we have 48% coming out of that is restricted. The things that are in, we all know why special education would be restricted, but what are the special programs that are restricted in Fund 8? So things like our LCAP, our title funding, ESSER funding, educator effectiveness, student nutrition services. And the other thing that is in this professional consulting is school field trips. So when you read professional consulting, sometimes it can be a little misleading as to what is in that. So that's why I wanted to cover that first, but we are going to dive into it more. And then we're also going to dive into operations and housekeeping after that. So let's look at professional consulting. So when you organize the professional consulting, that $17 million by fund, as I mentioned, what's restricted and what's unrestricted, you can see by this graph exactly what I just shared with you. And that is what percentage of each fund is restricted, that is the professional consulting. So between Fund 7 and Fund 8, 85% of this is restricted. So if you look at the blue part, because sometimes what happens is people see Fund 1 and they see unrestricted and they say, well, what's that? So we wanted to call out specifically Fund 1 so that you could see what's in that. And that particularly supports our LCAP supplemental, so resource 0100, to support our students that need us the most. That's about 11%. But then there's an additional 89% in that resource 0000. So let's dive into that and take a look at that in a little bit greater detail. So what this holds is all of our professional consulting services for the district. And it covers things like fingerprinting and drug testing and physicals and legal charges, advertising, fees and assessments, contracted field trips, admission fees, consultants. And then obviously you see this big segment here that is called specific services payments for 1.7 million. So the question might be, okay, well, what's in that? So things that go into this are specific department services that are required to support a department. So for example, the garage has a lift so that they can work on all of our vehicles. If the lift breaks, we need to hire someone to come in and provide a service to help fix our lift. In IT, it could be things like document storage fees. If we have to save all of our documents electronically, so we need those document storage services. In facilities, they might need to have asphalt repair services to repair surfaces at schools And so they might need to hire asphalt services. In ed services, it's LCAP services, things like translation and support like Care Solace, things like speech and hearing and therapy, all those student support services that we provide. LVNs, we talked about that, contract staffing, psychs, SLPs, paras, there's all contract staffing. So for those vacant positions that we haven't been able to fill, we have used some contract staffing, and that's where that's located. So we mentioned the last segment that we wanted to chat about is the operations and housekeeping. And so when you think of operations and housekeeping, I don't know about you, but I didn't think utilities, but this is actually utilities. So operations and housekeeping is all of our utilities, which you'll see here. It represents about 4.5 million for the district. And you can see the percentage that is electricity, et cetera. So we just wanted to share with you that's how the operations and housekeeping divides up for the utilities. I think I'll pause there for a minute before we move on to the routine restricted maintenance. If there's any questions?
Any questions, Jerry?
If we could go back to slide 17, 2 slides back. That green section where it's labeled legal charges, is that amount, is that the entirety of what we spend on legal counsel, or are there other places?
That's all legal expenses that we are incurring.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks.
Anybody else have a question before Tina goes on?
I had a question on the specific services payments.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tina, I really like how you were taking time to explain that in this part, you were talking about some positions, like for instance, our nurses, SLPs and paras. Some of this funds are being used for positions that we cannot fill. About how many positions would that be?
I don't have that exact number in front of me. I would have
Or
to.
like percentage of that fund?
Again, I don't have that specific.
You can get back to me later
Yes,
on. That'd be great.
absolutely. No
Thank
problem.
you.
You bet.
Anybody else? Satish?
In this current slide, the operations and utility stuff. So now with the solar stuff and the gas changes and stuff like that. So this is the past year expense, or because this model could change a little bit, right? With the how we are going to kind of like somebody's going to lend us money and so on. So this 3 million, for example, 3 million, I presume, for the electricity, it's going to change, or is it the current one? How is that?
This is the current year, what we're projecting to spend in those particular areas for this year's fiscal year, utilities wise. Every year we go back and update the budget to reflect the increases, year-to-year increases with the various utilities. You mentioned about going to solar. So once everything is up and running and we're generating, we won't be paying per se PG&E, but what's budgeted here is really to go and to pay the financing. So there will still be a similar cost, but just not under this utility category, since we'll be paying the loan for the capital improvement.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Sylvia, did you have a question? Okay, we're ready to move on. Thank you.
Okay, great. So the next thing we're just going to do a quick review on is the routine restricted maintenance account. Sometimes you'll hear me in my acronyms call it the RRMA for short. But Education Code 17075.75 requires that school districts deposit 3% of their total general fund expenditures into an account known as the RRMA for the sole purpose of maintaining school facilities in good repair. So if a school district receives $1 in state funds for school site modernization, you're required to set aside this 3% for 25 years to maintain those schools that you did modernization on. So we are required to set aside 3% of our total general fund. But there are several funding sources. A lot of them are one-time funding sources that are excluded from the calculation. So I've listed a few of those here, like the coronavirus aid relief, et cetera. So after exclusions, CUSD's grand total budget, if you remember, is 250 million. After we remove those one-time funding sources that are excluded, our total expenditures equal about 230 million. So 3% of that total is about 6.9 million. Currently, right now, we have a little over $8 million in our routine restricted maintenance fund, which is actually equal to about 3.5%. And that's an additional contribution of about 1.1 million. This is primarily due to the increases that we've seen in salaries and health and welfare costs. So just to give you a summary of how we pay for this, the contributions come from our general fund and from building fund, which is our Fund 21. So Fund 21 is where we collect all of our lease revenue. So this year we were actually able to increase the amount of contribution from Fund 21 due to the lease of tessellations. So because we were generating more revenue in Fund 21, we were able to have the contribution decrease from the general fund unrestricted and increase from Fund 21. So this year we are anticipating approximately 2.7 million contributing from Fund 1 and 5.3 contributing from Fund 21 to make up that 8 million. So without any other capital improvement funding, contributions from the general fund will significantly increase. So you might say, well, what are the expenses that are in that routine restricted maintenance account? Why does it keep going up? What is in there? So let's turn the page and look at the next one. So this is the routine restricted maintenance account, the total of $8.1 million and how it's divided. So you'll notice we have classified personnel, custodians, maintenance, et cetera, as well as their benefits. That is 81% of this $8 million is solely staffing and their benefits. Also in here is a little bit of supplies, vacuum cleaner bags and all those good things. In services and operating, this would be things like if they needed vacuum repair services. So that goes into there. And then we have just a little bit of capital outlay. So that's what is in the RRMA, the $8.1 million in expenditures.
Oh, I'm going to add a little bit here to what Tina was talking about. So I went back one slide just to preface one thing. As the quote there says that, you know, without any other capital improvement dollars, we're going to continue to contribute more and more and more from the district's general fund. Because as Tina mentioned, for the purposes of setting up this account, we're normally setting aside just 3% minus those exclusions for the general fund. And up until recently, we've been able to manage to maintain all of our facilities within that 3%. But now, because of salaries reaching to the point, and obviously with inflation approaching right now, we're at that point where we're now having to contribute more than the minimum 3% to maintain our facilities. And that's why I wanted to make sure that people are understanding is that we're at that point right now as the costs continue to maintain our facilities without any other capital improvements, it's all going to then start come at the expense of what would be another increase in contributions for routine maintenance. So it's kind of along the same lines as we've talked about managing the contributions to special education. I would be saying as well, we need to start managing our contributions to maintaining our facilities so that we kind of keep an eye on how that affects the general fund. So that's really, I wanted to finish up on just this one piece. And then, and we're going to kind of wrap things up. I know we're pressed for time here. So Tina and I walked through here and wanted to make sure that there are certain takeaways from all this. And I'm just going to kind of read through them because you'll get a sense in terms of how it. So when we start looking at just books and supplies, services, and other operating expenditures, as we said, the total general fund annual expenditure budget is 250 million, of which 6% of it is tied to books and supplies, or about 15 million, and about 12% budgeted for services and other operating expenditures, which is about 30 million. So it's important to note that out of the $15 million that's budgeted for books and supplies, 60% or 9.4 million of it is restricted, and 40% or about 5.5 million of it is unrestricted. So as Phyllis mentioned, restricted are the categorical programs, unrestricted is unrestricted, but within the unrestricted part is also our LCAP. So I would just want to make sure people understand is that when we talk about the unrestricted budget, there is a large portion of this is tied specifically to our LCAP goals. So out of that 5.5 million that's unrestricted, as I mentioned, 24% of it is LCAP related, and 11% of it is tied to state mandates and the instructional materials block grant. And then 65%, which is the largest part, is basically those department budget, department allocations, school allocations. But then digging down deeper, as we've been presenting to you tonight, out of that 3.5 million that's allocated there, 1.25 million are allocations directly to school sites, and 2.25 million are allocations to the various departments, as we showed on that one graph. Now, that's just the supplies, and now we wanted to talk about, as we drill down onto those operating services. So out of that $30 million that's budgeted there for operating services, again, as you can follow the logic here, 64% of it, or about 19 million of it, is restricted, and about 36%, or about 11 million of it, is unrestricted. And then when you break down the largest portion of those segments, 58% of the total amount is professional consulting services, 16% of it is housekeeping operations, 2.7 million or 9% is sub-agreements, about 6% or 1.7 million are communications, property liability insurance is about 4%, and then rentals leases is about 4%. And then as we just kind of wrap things up with the routine repair maintenance, that's kind of really our presentation. So we'll entertain any questions that the board has.
Thank you so much, Chris and Tina. This was very helpful. We'll see if there are any questions from the board. Anybody have anything?
I do have a kind of question, comment kind of deal. Looking at slide 18, our operations and housekeeping, I'm estimating it's about 1/8 of our complete budget, and a lot of it has to do with electricity and water. And I'm kind of thinking ahead of our general plan, our master plan, and possibility of a bond that we're researching into. Thinking that when we do our master plan and a future bond, thinking about energy efficiency, and just because we do spend a lot of money on electricity, and thinking about climate, and being conscious of that, and the water expense, and how we can conserve energy and also water as a district, because it's something that we use on a daily basis, and how that can, if we have a plan and things like that, sometimes may cost a little bit more, and we may kind of keep in mind that may be an investment that we save, paying into our budget for that. So kind of there's many different ways to how that can be done. And I really want to thank both of you guys for breaking things down and taking the time to explain some of the nuances of how our money is being spent. Thank you.
Satish and then Jerry.
Yeah, Chris, this water, right? $1 million. Like, does it include the one what we share with Cupertino City, or City of Cupertino? We are giving a percentage of it as part of the joint agreement, right?
So this water represents both domestic and irrigation. So for all of our schools, the domestic water is covered here, but then for our sites that aren't part of city of Sunnyvale or city of Cupertino, this doesn't, well, this is just for our watering of our fields, the non-city of Cupertino and the non-city of Sunnyvale schools, because the water bill goes directly to them. But we do pay them
We do,
for the water.
we do pay a portion of it, right?
Yeah, so true. So the portion of the water that we are paying to them is accounted for in this amount of money
Okay,
for
so
water.
this include the entire thing, what is our contribution? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Jerry.
Right. So first of all, Tina, Chris, thank you for this presentation. I love the way you structure this, drill down. I feel like I have a much better picture where all the big rocks are in the budget. So thank you for such a great presentation. Chris, towards the end, in your takeaways, you talked about how without the capital improvement, basically our contributions from the general fund into the routine maintenance account may go up over time without capital improvement investments. I'm just wondering, do we have a sense of, do we just know it's going to get larger, or do we have a way of model that? Is it X% a year? Just trying to get a sense of how well we understand what that increased the funding into the maintenance from the general fund would be.
Yeah. So I think what I wanted to do is just make sure that we understood really from the standpoint of is that our facilities are continuing to age. That's a given. The cost of maintaining our facilities aren't getting any cheaper. And right now, as the pie chart was kind of alluding to, there's a portion of our total RRMA budget is personnel, which is about 81%. Obviously, we aren't staffed. I mean, we don't have a lot of extra staffing. And so what we aren't able to do internally, we do have to then contract out. So we're struggling to cover anything that we need to do to keep all of our facilities going. We're managing very well to stay ahead of the major issues, but it won't take any, I mean, it will take just a couple of, roof repairs or, broken irrigation system, I mean, main water lines that we're going to start having to incur some additional costs. And as I was trying to say is that it would be great if we have the means to leverage a school bond to be able to make those long-term building improvements as Ava was talking about. If we could invest in our facilities, we'll reduce the costs of maintaining and at the same time reduce some of the utility costs related to it. So it really does go hand in hand. I appreciate you both bringing those two subjects up because it is important. And if we aren't able to do anything, it's just going to be more of a cost to us in the long run in the general fund.
Okay, thanks. That was really clear. Thanks, Chris.
And I just have one last question, and that's on the routine maintenance as well, and it's related to what Jerry asked. You mentioned here that there's a portion that comes out of the general fund to augment that budget. If we were to decide to go for a bond, could bond money be that augmentation or not?
It can be, it just has to be, make sure it's written into the ballot.
So the voting public understands.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else before we take a break? Thank you again. Great presentation. It's always good to hear about money, I think. As long as the news is good. So we're going to break for about 5 minutes and then come back and open the regular meeting. And thank you all for being here. So we're going to now open the regular board meeting and we're going to open it with the flag salute. And we have a contingent of Miller students here tonight. And I believe one of them is going to lead us in the flag salute. Am I right? And that would be, I think, Nina. Is this Nina coming?
That's great.
All right.
I'm just gonna sit here. So I'm going to lead
Oh,
the,
wait a minute. Speak into the microphone.
Yeah, you want to
You can
face the
move to
board.
my
Face the
There you
board.
go.
towards you.
Face this way.
Back to the audience. Nope.
No, all the way around. Okay, there you go.
so I'm going to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. So everyone, please stand. Okay. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Nina. We're always delighted to have one of our schools here to present for us. And tonight it's Miller Middle School. And we have Miller's assistant principal with us tonight. Deborah, are you here? So I would like to invite our assistant principal and her students to tell us all about the great things that are happening at Miller.
Thank you. We are very excited tonight and to talk about our reading intervention program. And actually, Anu Iyer, our principal, did a little pre-recorded presentation because she could not be here with us tonight. And of course, we have our students here with us, which is kind of the best, I guess, explanation of the program in itself. Okay, so I'd like to also turn over, we'll watch our video.
Hi, good evening, school board and members of our community. My name is Anu Iyer. I'm the principal at Miller Middle School. And today we are presenting our reading intervention program. Our site goal is to maintain high performance and increase 2% of our students who meet or exceed grade level standards with a focus on subgroups. And last year, 91% of our students were at or above grade level in the area of reading. And our goal this year is to increase that to 92%. In December, our students took the second iReady diagnostic, the second of 3. And we were at 89% at or above grade level at that moment in time. We began the year at 88%, grew to 89%, and once again, our goal is 92%. A major contributor to this growth is our reading intervention course. In December, 24 out of 35 students, or 69% of our students that were in the reading intervention program were exited after reaching grade level on the second iReady diagnostic. Today, we have Ms. Kathy Bernard, who is our reading intervention teacher, and she will be introducing our 3 students who are here to speak with you today on their journey with reading.
All right, so turning this over to Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here tonight to share the student success with you. So Jeremy, you could wave your hand, Jeremy and Gia and Nina. They are all very ambitious students that are currently in the Read 180 program at Miller. And Jeremy in particular, I asked Jeremy to present tonight because he was one of the first students that I had last year. And I asked him if he would share his story because of the success that he found. So Jeremy worked very hard to cultivate an at-home reading habit. And that, in addition to setting records for our class for the number of minutes that he put on the application, the Read 180 application, allowed him to increase his reading scores by multiple grade levels. So he was a great success. He was able to sort of set a very high standard for his classmates and what was possible. Students like Jeremy and Gia and Nina, who exhibit a growth mindset and who commit to reaching their goals with practice, remind us all that intervention has a place in our journey to excellence too. It's no secret that the parents in the community also play an integral role in their success here. So I know you're going to enjoy hearing the stories of how they have found value in their intervention program. First, we will have the 6th grader, Gia, and then for the 7th grade representation will be Jeremy, and then Nina will finish for the 8th graders. Okay.
Hello, my name is Gia. I'm in 6th grade. Before I joined the reading program, I didn't really enjoy reading that much. The only books I read were nonfiction books and fantasy books. It may seem like I enjoy reading, but I really didn't have any interest in other books. Normally, I would only read books because of educational reasons and that I was told to. In our reading program, we have 3 major rotations. First, we have the Reading 180 app. This app is a program where they have fun articles and videos about a special theme. For example, the article on people who work to help in Ebola, a major epidemic that happened in Africa, is a theme that I'm currently working on. There are 7 segments to target our growth. Explore reading, language, fluency, writing, and success. First of all, explore is when you watch the video and read the articles about the theme. Reading is where you reread the article, record yourself, and answer the questions about the article. This helps improve your own understanding in the article while you read. Language is where you learn about the key words in the article and learn the synonyms and the antonyms of the word. Fluency is where you practice pronouncing the words and finding the words as fast as you can. This helps you understand the word quickly and read faster. Writing is where you write an argumentative, informative, or a narrative essay about the article you read. This can help you with your writing skills and your grammar skills. Success is where you look back at what you just did. These 7 segments can help you improve on your overall language arts skills. Second, we have the Big Book. It is a Reading 180 program book with articles and histories teaching us about the vocabularies and reading the article together. This is where we can ask questions and get clarification about reading strategies. Lastly, we read. We read for a certain amount of time and we keep track of where we read it, how long we read it, and what we read. It is not a requirement to read certain books. You can choose any books from nonfiction to fantasy books and many other genres. Our classroom is well supplied with a variety of current and interesting titles. This helps us improve on keeping track of what we are reading and record every one of them. Even though at first I didn't like to read, after read 180, I found passion and more empathy in reading, not only nonfiction books, but every genre of books. I learned much more with reading, and I am happy that I can read more books. This reading program has been a very helpful program to me and has enhanced my reading proficiency. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Jeremy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, a 7th grader at Miller. I was in the program for a year and a half, and besides reading, I enjoy playing tennis. Before joining the program, I was afraid of reading. I only enjoy reading easy books like Dogman, which has more comics and words. Since joining this program, I have access to an app that may help me with reading. The app is divided into 6 zones, each with a different language learning tasks, such as watching videos to discover topics, learning new words, practicing spelling, improving writing styles, and recording sessions. Another activity in the program is called independent reading, which encourages us to choose a book from the bookshelf, and we read it daily each day at class and 20 minutes at home each day. Take notes and share our opinions with Ms. Bernard. And additionally, each student in the program has a big book. This is a book that a lot of articles about certain topics. For example, in chapter 1, which is called Stand Up, and we learn about Malala's courageous fight for girls' education rights. I find this program really beneficial and valuable. Because of Ms. Bernard's guidance, I learned about a lot of reading strategies, such as analyzing the author's purpose, finding the main idea, and the personalities about each characters. And more importantly, I developed a habit of reading. Reading not only extends my knowledge, but also improves my communication skills. And I received praise from my language arts teacher, Mr. Jezik, for my progress in writing. I learned a lot of inspiring stories here, which made me more thoughtful, like the article that introduces extreme sports and other events happening around the world. I noticed a quote on the wall that says, "If you do not like to read, it's because you haven't found the right." Now I truly enjoy reading adventurous books. I need to give a huge thanks for the school district for building this program. Because of their investment, we can enjoy reading through free books and a fun app. Additionally, for the future students entering this program, my advice is, do not be afraid of reading. Choose books that match your interests. Keep discovering new books. It's a journey that continuously enriches your mind. Thank you.
Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Nina, and I'm in 8th grade at Miller right now. And I came to the Re180 program from the ELD program this semester, since I'm still an English language learner and English my second language. So before I came to this program, I always read some books with lots of images, but only a few words. And I was trying to avoid reading some long novels or some books with lots of difficult vocabularies. But after I came to this program, I learned lots of good reading habits. So I began enjoying reading some long novels and some books with lots of hard vocabulary, which is the kind of books that I always avoid reading before. And during the class, we can choose lots of books that we're interested in and read these books daily. And Ms. Bernard also taught us to make post-it notes when we are reading. The post-it notes are actually really helpful to me. They help me understand the books more clearly. And we also have reading conferences after we read books. And we always check the books and talk about the books together to make sure that we all understand the books and enjoy reading them. There's also an app which can teach us lots of writing skills and vocabulary. One topic that I learned in this app before is about pandas, and I think that's really interesting. So one of the sections in it is called writing. And in this section, we can learn lots of writing skills about different kinds of essays, such as argumentative essays. And there are also some sections that can teach us lots of new vocabulary. They give us some examples, synonyms, and antonyms to help us understand these words. Moreover, I also learned lots of reading skills. For example, Ms. Bernard taught us how to find the main ideas of the articles and how to unlock the meaning of new words in articles. So overall, thanks the district for giving us a chance to improve our reading skills and investing in reading for our students. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We need to get a picture, kids, so come on back. Please join us on the stage for a photo with your teachers. And Deborah. And the school board. There we go. Okay. Thank you again to Miller Middle School. I'm always amazed at the poise and grace and skill of our students. We are a great school district. We do a good job with these kids. So congratulations to you kids, and it was a good presentation. Next, we have a recognition of our Measure H Bond Oversight Committee members. And so Chris, you and I are going to do the honors here.
And as Phyllis and Chris make their way to the podium, I just wanted to extend a deep, deep gratitude and appreciation for the work that this committee has done. We're nearing the end of our Measure H, but the work that they've done overseeing it has allowed us to complete many, many projects. So a big thank you to all of you here tonight.
And again, thank you as well for being here tonight. I always wanted to make sure I take this opportunity to kind of thank our community as well for helping us pass Measure H, which was a very successful bond measure. And as a requirement of having the bond measure, we did rely on some key individuals in the community to provide that additional oversight. And so tonight we're recognizing 8 individuals who are the current sitting bond oversight committee members. And tonight I'd like to thank them for their service. And so we're going to hand out some certificates. So I think several of our folks are here, maybe not all of them, but I'm going to read off all the names and ask them to come up, and then we'll hand them a certificate, and then I think we'll do
And
a
we'll get a
photo op. Okay, so our first recipient or our first honoree here is Jean Bedard. Our next recipient is Eric Chang. I didn't see Eric. Next is Roberta Holloman. Roberta.
Congratulations, Roberta.
Our next recipient is Vinay Iyengar. Next is Hamad Khan. The next person is actually our chairperson, Mehul Kumar. And our last honoree tonight is Raj Singh. I didn't see Raj in the room.
For the stage, and we'll get our superintendent and the board. Next, we have a special recognition from CEF for some of our award winners. Superintendent, how do you want to say?
Yeah, thank
kick
you.
this
So
off?
I will kick us off before we turn it over to Allison, and she has a few words to say. I think we are just so fortunate to have such a close working relationship and partnership with CEF. They are our collaborative work partners. We rely on them for so many different means, and their heart is always at what's best for students. And so I know the CEF relationship has been for many, many years, but I just wanted to truly extend a thank you in my time here. You guys have been lifesavers for us. You have come through when we've needed some things, but you're always looking to be what is best for kids and what else is out there and how can we improve. So it's truly an honor to get to work with you. And I know that Allison had a couple words to say as well.
Yes, I also wanted to express my gratitude. In thinking about tonight, I've been just reflecting on what we say in our district priorities and in our strategic plan about what we're all about and the importance of academic excellence at our core, but also all the other things that are important, educating the whole child, working in partnership with our community. And this is really what CEF is all about. Tonight, CEF is going to be presenting some annual awards to honor students and educators and leaders in our community. In addition, we're going to be highlighting the teacher grant program, which started in 2021. And I always tell my CEF colleagues that I look forward to reading these grant requests every week. And really anytime that the day is feeling a little busy, I like to go on that form and read all the wonderful ideas that our teachers have. It is such a wonderful example of how our teachers are living out our strategic plan and our portrait of a learner and bringing that creativity to the classroom for our students. So all together, all of this just really reflects all of those priorities that we're all committed to. And so I look forward to hearing from CEF tonight.
And I would just like to add, I think, come on. CEF has been helping Cupertino for probably close to 40 years now. I know it's over 30. And I have been proud to be a part of that the whole time and just am amazed at the amount of things they do for us. So let me kind of tell you how this is going to go. Karen's going to do a presentation for us, and then we're going to get a picture of all the recipients and all the CEF folks and the board. And then we're going to break for a reception. So hang in there. We'll get all these people recognized. Thank you, Karen, for being here. Perfect, thanks. Thank you for your kind words as well. Since thrilled to be here. I have been in the district, for those of you that don't know me, for a very long time. Since my kids were here, I now need readers, so bear with me. My name is Karen Masala. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the current president of CEEF, which is the Cupertino Educational Endowment Foundation. CEEF is a volunteer-led nonprofit corporation founded back in 1984 to leverage private support to help CUSD enrich the educational program for all students in the district. And we've been here for 40 years now, and we've donated over $19 million back to CUSD. I'm joined this evening. I'm joined this evening by several of our other board members. I'm going to do most of the presentation tonight because I know that your agenda is impacted, just to keep it going, but I will give shout outs to them as we go, as we're here to honor a host of individuals that make CUSD a better place. I'm going to start with our Sandy Lou Community Service Leadership Award. This committee was chaired this year by Sanjay Tomdon, and it was established. So this award was established in October 2013 by the Board of Directors in honor of the late Sandy Lou, who was a visionary leader within both the Blue Hills community and CUSD. The Sandy Lou Community Service Leadership Award honors a member of our local community who's demonstrated exemplary leadership and service to the children of our district. This year, we are honoring a joint nomination. Joy Tanaka and Ida Hedborg are the co-recipients. Please come up. So the nominators for this joint nomination enumerated for the committee a lengthy list of ways that Joy and Ida both serve both the Stockholmeyer and CMS communities. And they noted for us the district-wide committees that you sit on as well. We thank you both for all that you do for the students in CUSD, and recipients of this award are able to designate $1,000 to the CUSD program of their choice. So we'll work with you to figure out which program you'd like to designate those funds to. And Stuart is delivering to Chris the $1,000 right now. So once you decide, which program, we'll get that information over. So thank you both for everything that you do for the kids in the district. I know that your families are here, and I believe your nominator parents is here as well. Thank you. Just no, don't you want to just stand there? Okay, so next, don't go too far away. We're going to get a picture. Next is the Innovative Technology Educator Award. We call it ITE. This was chaired by Stuart Rosenberg this year with the support of CUSD. CEEF recognizes the importance of supporting CUSD teachers in their efforts to explore and develop effective teaching practices, learning strategies, and assessment tools. We hope that this recognition and the stipend will serve as an important means for increasing the exploration, creation, and sharing of best practices in the implementation and integration of instructional technology in the classroom. This award comes with a $1,000 stipend, which the winners are asked to use to further improve their classroom instruction. Our ITE winners this year are Michelle Chiang and Laura Conroy. So Michelle was selected for her work as the STEAM TOSA and her dedication to student ownership of their learning and encouraging their curiosity and experimentation. The selection committee was impressed with her cooperative teaching approach and the incorporation of the Edison robots in her lessons. Laura was selected for her work as a site tech mentor, including encouragement of both teachers and students for using new tools such as Magic School and quizzes. The selection committee was impressed with her embracing of AI to become more effective, the use of edu protocols in her classroom, and the use of videos to improve learning with her students. Congratulations, Michelle and Laura, and thank you for your innovative uses with instructional technology. Yes. Yes, and we'd also like to thank Chris Izor for helping on the CUSD side, help us
determine the winners for ITE. Okay, next up is the Patricia A. Lamson Endowment Fund for Reading Literacy Scholarship. This was chaired by Brian Block. And this scholarship was established to honor the legacy of former CUSD Superintendent Patricia A. Lamson, and it allows for an $800 stipend for each winner. We're excited to share 2 winners this year for this scholarship, which honors exemplary instructional efforts in English language arts within CUSD. This year's recipients are Grace Carrion and Joanne Rose. So Grace is a TK and kindergarten teacher from West Valley Elementary School. Her application was notable for the unique and personalized age-appropriate materials to aid in the early development and interactive learning experience of her young students. She intends to use this scholarship to purchase tactile learning letters, large books with reusable storytelling kits, and more to create interactive learning experience through conversations, simulations, and gamified activities. Joanne Rose is a 3rd grade teacher from Lincoln Elementary and focused her application on the flexible pace and pathways goal within the CUSD strategic plan. She compiled a list of narrative nonfiction books at the students' just right level, while providing levels to challenge young readers at CUSD. These books are engaging, providing topics that help readers increase their reading skills and imagine all that they can achieve. Congratulations, Jason, Joanne, and thank you both for your continued exemplary efforts. Okay, next up, the Lucretia Van Horn Memorial Art Fund was chaired by Jenny Sickery, was created by former CUSD Principal Van Adams and his family in honor of their late grandmother. Lucretia Van Horn was a gift artist, an educator who worked with other noted artists to teach others an appreciation for the beauty that surrounds us. The purpose of the endowment, executed by CEAS, is to celebrate the arts by recognizing outstanding middle school artists in the district. I'd like to introduce Maytal Gottsman as an art instructor at Cupertino Middle School and the organizer for this award. She's going to discuss this year's contest theme and do the presentation for our student winners.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Maytal Gottsman. I'm the art teacher at Cupertino Middle and the organizer of the Lucretia Van Horn Memorial Art Award. I'd like to share a little bit about our process, our judging process for the contest. So each year we gather as many teachers as we can from all 5 middle schools, and then we look over the contest entries. This year we had several high quality works of art related to our theme of resilience. It is always amazing to see how diverse and accomplished our students are at interpreting our yearly theme. It's difficult to choose just 3 from so many. So this year we actually chose 4. And the judges have quite a lively discussion on the selection process. But we do eventually come up with an agreement, and we're here tonight to celebrate those students. So I'm going to start with the way it's going to go is I'm going to bring up one winner at a time, and then you can read off your artist statement, or if you're too nervous, I can read it for you. So over here we have in one of our 3rd places, Samuel Jung. Are you here today? Samuel Jung? Oh. Read it into the microphone. Yeah, I can do it. I'll read that and then I can help this out.
I believe resilience is enduring something really hard until you reach your goal. That's why I drew a person hiking up a trail, because the journey is hard, but the view is worth it.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. Next we have Becky Yang. I don't think she could make it today, so I'll read the her artist statement for you guys. Hopefully you can see kind of. My piece demonstrated the theme resilience by showing the person with broken wings, but is still flying with the help of birds. This is an analogy, the broken wings being struggles in life and the birds being the resilience to keep going and never give up. The theme is further demonstrated from the beautiful flowers and fruit growing out of the cracked ground, and despite the droughts and difficulties they may face, they still grow. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Next up, we have Nadia. So come on up. Oh, shoulder back. That is for you.
So, my artwork submission portrays majestic sea turtles, once abundant and free, now tagged as an endangered species. Despite the formidable challenges they encounter, including climate change, coral bleaching, entanglement in fishing nets, and habitat loss, sea turtles exhibit an unwavering spirit of resilience. By tagging sea turtles as an endangered species, us as humans raise awareness and rally conservation efforts. Together, we can ensure that these undersea warriors continue their sea voyage, supporting their resilient spirit.
And then finally, and first, we have Adeline. Are you here today? Hi. Okay. Let me just carefully put this back. Go ahead. Beautiful.
In my artwork, the main subject is a young girl who is planting a seedling amidst the destruction around her. This scene depicts the aftermath of a war, similar to the many conflicts that infect our world. These conflicts appear in many forms: tension in homes and relationships, physical wars, natural disasters, and the negative consequences humans bring upon themselves, each of them just as devastating as the other. However, even in the midst of the brokenness of the world, humanity continues to build and grow by cultivating hope. This is how the resilience of humanity will continue to thrive.
Thank you so much to all our winners. I think they did a fabulous job. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Maytal, for everything that you do to help us organize this award. Next, I'd like to speak briefly about the teacher grant program. Allison talked about it earlier. This program was developed to provide more direct support to teachers to support improved classroom instruction. Since the inception of the program, we've provided grants to over 500 teachers, totaling over $250,000 for additional classroom materials like STEAM activities, art and music supplies, fiction and nonfiction books, SEL and ELD support, and flexible seating for students, as well as professional development opportunities for some of the teachers. Sonia Maiello, one of our newer CEF board members, has been collecting information from teachers about how they're using these grant funds. And we have two teachers here today to share highlights of what they are doing in their classrooms with the funds received. The first I'd like to invite up is Sharon Barney from Garden Gate Elementary, who is going to share some information with you about the immersive classroom transformations she's doing with her 4th grade class.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Barney, and I would like to share with you how my students and I have benefited from the CEF grant this school year. For many years, I have used room transformations as a way to engage and immerse students while synthesizing their learning. In my bakery transformation, students don chef hats and aprons to practice their fraction skills. When students are learning informational writing, the classroom is transformed into a surgery center and students become doctors, where they must diagnose patients with text symptoms and decide what text feature the patient needs in order to recover. However, these experiences cost money. With the CEF grant, I have been able to buy backdrops to hang in the room to more fully immerse my students so they feel as if they are in a whole new world. This year, I was able to purchase 28 backdrops, including themes for a bakery, hospital operating rooms, under the sea, construction scenes, and even a couple of Old West themes. These were the final pieces that made my transformations complete and made students feel fully immersed in their transformation. Many times when students give their memories of fourth grade speech at the end of the year, they reference the transformations as some of their favorite memories. Without the CEIF grant, I would not be able to provide such an immersive experience for my students. Thank you to CEIF for offering this grant to teachers. It can really be a game changer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next up, I'd like to invite Susan Hansen from Kennedy Middle School, who will share what she's doing with eighth graders in an elective life skills class.
Good evening, Superintendent Yao, Trustees Vogel, Liu, Mataho, Liang, Chow, and CEIF Directors Rizkala, Rosenberg, Tandon, Sikri, and Maines. I'm Susan Hansen, an eighth grade science teacher at Kennedy Middle School. I'm truly grateful to CEIF for their teacher grant program. Thanks to their support, I created a special class to give our students important life skills. Education is more than just books, we all know. It's about getting ready for life beyond school. When I was asked to make an elective class for students who couldn't go on the Yosemite trip, I saw it as an opportunity to provide them with practical life skills paralleling those taught at Yosemite. My goal was simple: to help our students' self-reliance. I wanted to empower them to take charge of their well-being, understand the importance of self-care, health, and safety. During our class, we learned about basic nutrition and sewing. We learned how to read food labels, plan a healthy meal, and sew. We use curriculum from Common Threads, a well-known nonprofit, to teach about nutrition. Each lesson was hands-on with activities like making quick meals and learning about food groups. Throughout the week, students had fun learning sewing skills and exploring different foods. And on Friday, we celebrated with a beanie fashion show and healthy snacks. So there's our beanie fashion show in the bottom. Throughout the week, students had fun learning the skills. Oh, and I want to thank CEIF and everyone involved for believing in the power of education. Your support has made this class possible and is helping our students build a better future. Thank you. We made these, so I wanted to hand these out because I thought it might be fun for you.
So we have several CEIF board members donning their caps well already. Thank you. I love it. I love it. We need a picture of this. It's great. So thank you for sharing some of what you guys are doing in the classroom. It's super helpful, I think, for people to understand how innovative the teachers are in our district. I'm done with awards, so you guys can see me off, but I would like, once we get the word from Phyllis and Stacy for a break, to invite everyone over to the table over here. We have some baked goods that were made by our board members as some quick refreshments as a thank you for everything that our teachers and our students and our staff are doing in the district.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with a photograph and then we'll take a 15-minute break for snacks and whatever. So if we could have all the recipients, the CEIF board, all the committee members, people who nominated them, anybody who was involved in tonight's program, please gather on the stage.
Taking my hat off.
Next, we have employee organizations. Erin, do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, we do. We have CEA President Kate Lee.
Okay, welcome, Kate.
Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, CUSD parents and community members, and to all our fantastic CEA members. for all your hard work and support of our students this year and all the years of your service. A special acknowledgement and praise to all the teachers who applied and received grants and the service awards, the different awards of CEF, and we're being celebrated tonight. You are all amazing and awesome. I'd like to start out by acknowledging the 3 students from Miller who are now avid readers and what that has opened up for them and the provided growth and self-confidence for them. Thanks to their amazing 180 reading intervention teacher. I have to say my eyes were just totally welled up with tears and hearing their joy and positivity that they found through reading. I also want to thank you, CEF. There's a few of them still here. For all the years and decades, really, of support for our district and for our teachers. The amazing student artists CEF awarded tonight are incredibly talented and at such a young age. Their portrayal of resilience in the midst of difficulties of life and the world, they were just so aware and so sensitive to what we're all facing in life, and they portrayed it in with such beauty and with such talent. And I really appreciate that CEF has such a well-rounded type of awards for students and teachers who have different talents and different intelligences that they can show their abilities through. I strongly encourage all of our CEA members to apply to CEF for a grant to provide monies to support them in the classroom and in the engaging instruction and learning opportunities you're developing, providing for our students. In response to the budget information presented to the board in the study session earlier today, when looking at the budget and salaries of certificated and classified unit personnel and the rest of the salaries, and the salaries of management, I suggest the comparison of certificated salary totals and the rest of salaries should also show the total number of certificated employees that covers. And the bar graph doesn't show that certificated non-managed salaries are for about 770 employees, our CEA members. And it's the largest amount of employees. So that is why that one of the reasons why the total is so high and the bar graphs are high on those. A more accurate portrayal would have shown a per capita average for each union as well as for management. A comparison of how many management positions it takes to make up that 7% and that 2% of certificate and classified management, and a comparison of the number of positions the total of certificated and classified non-management totals cover. Also, there should be a slide that shows where we stand in comparison to other districts in our area in terms of salaries. Regarding the materials and supplies budget, it is now 5.4 million more than what was actually spent last year. And services and other expenses is 10 million more than in the first budget and 9 million more than was actually spent last year. So there are monies available. CEA believes, based on our analysis of the interim budget, and that the district can afford and stay financially sound and agree to a significant salary increase as proposed by CEA, along with the increased classroom, student supports, and smaller class sizes. As you can see here tonight, and I wish the camera could show those of you listening virtually, the 20 to 30 or more teachers who are here tonight wearing their red supported educators equals successful students, red t-shirts. They're taking their time away from their families, away from preparing for teaching tomorrow, and getting all the things ready for themselves, away from their dinner probably, to let all of to let them all know that the importance of this issue to us, and to let all of you know that. You'll be hearing from them later tonight. You've received many emails this week from teachers regarding the proposals and the that we're asking for in our negotiations, and that we need to continue to keep our teachers here, to retain them and attract more teachers. During public comments tonight, you'll hear from some of our teachers here as well. And I'll remind you of this essential saying: listen to your teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next item is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Erin, do we have any speakers tonight?
We do. We have 3 speakers.
All right, so I'll just remind the speakers that you have 3 minutes. The board will not respond, but if there are questions, someone from the staff will get back to you. So can we start with our first speaker, please?
Yes, our first speaker is Shara Carter. If you could please come to the podium.
Good evening, members of the board and administration. This evening, I would like to read a letter on behalf of my colleague and dear friend, Maria Bednar, who teaches at Collins School with me. And unfortunately, Maria has made the choice to retire. And so I'm going to read the letter that she has written. I'd like to speak of the past, present, and future. In the past, as a new teacher, my perspective of what teaching was my own experience. And as many of you know, both of my parents had been teachers. For 30 years, my dad, and 40, my mom. I made it to 22 years. In the present, why only 22 years? When longevity and dedication were are in my DNA. Well, let me tell you a story. This year, there was a student who falsely accused me of pushing him. I didn't even touch him. What was the district's first response? The first words I heard, and I quote, "We need to talk about your," meaning my behavior, not the students. Now, in the end, the parent called CPS. I had to be interviewed by a deputy sheriff for nearly an hour. The deputy sheriff made a home visit per protocol and said the student was boastful in his lie. I was completely and 100% exonerated. But what did that say about how I was treated by CUSD? Guilty until proven innocent? This is not an environment where I can put any more of my creativity, energy, and enthusiasm. Now, for the future of CUSD. A recent study by the California School Boards Association found California ranks 47th among all states for its student-teacher ratio. Recently proposed Senate Bill 995, the Highly Qualified Teacher Recruitment and Retention Act, when I was first hired, I distinctly remember the term highly qualifying being applied to the hiring process. CUSD is not going to get highly qualified teachers if pay is not commensurate with surrounding areas and cost of living. Teachers do not get the support.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Oh,
Thank you very
okay.
much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rodora Sai.
Good evening, CSU board members, fellow teachers, parents, admins, and guests. My name is Rodora C, and I'm a newly hired 2nd and 3rd grade SDC teacher at Garden Gate Elementary. But prior to working here, I was a general education teacher for 14 years in the Philippines and was a special ed staff at San Jose Unified for 21 years, working in various special education capacities. I'm very fortunate to work with wonderful, supportive educators and school staff who help me celebrate the joys of seeing students' growth and overcome the challenges of being a new CUSD teacher. I'm most especially grateful for the leadership and perseverance of my principal, Ms. Norma Salas, who always advocates for the needs of her staff members and the students who were placed under her care. I embrace this new role despite the district's offer to credit only 14 years of my teaching experience because at that time, I was in dire need for a change of environment. However, yesterday, with a heavy heart, I submitted my resignation letter because I accepted the job where 26 years of my teaching years are credited. Thus, I will be paid $20,000 more yearly. I'm speaking before the board in behalf of the CSUSD teachers to strongly consider the teachers' plea to get the pay increase they deserve. Teachers need to be justly compensated for the hard work they do to deliver the academic excellence the district desires to achieve. To attract new teachers and retain veteran teachers like me, CUSD needs to offer competitive salary schedule for teachers to live in one of the most expensive areas here in Silicon Valley. Therefore, heed to the teachers' plea regarding fair pay. CUSD will get well-paid teachers that will result to student success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The final speaker is Steve Greenfield.
Dear board members, EC and teachers, I come before you to talk about important matters being decided: proper class size, future calendars, and most importantly, compensation. Study after study shows the correlation of successful students in schools with reduced class sizes, and yet CUSD refuses to see this. We, the teachers, are constantly told we make our district what it is, recognized nationally and internationally as the school district parents wish to move into. And yet, when our union attempts to help continue this success by getting students better coverage, deeper connections, and more individualized student attention, our district stalls the negotiations. We are reminded every week, every board meeting, we, your teachers, are valued for our professionalism, and dedication. We have been heard. And then 2 calendars are offered for a quick survey of approval by our members. But our union had no opportunity to review the 2 proposed calendars prior to the negotiation table. I am curious as to why these were the only choices in a survey when the district knows neither is going to be accepted by our members as a preferred choice. And finally, compensation is being discussed. We continue to be among the top performing school districts, not just in California, but the nation. You espouse support and recognition to your employees, and yet you do not pay competitive wages. So recs stay open and unfulfilled, and as a result, those currently working extraordinary hours are asked to magically vertically stack our plates, filling them with more duties and tasks. You need to experience our daily schedules, live our Herculean tasks you've assigned us to fully understand our struggle. Then you will give us the incentives provided monetarily that we are asking for. You have an opportunity to live up to your promises. Please make the proper choices and give teachers proper class sizes, a calendar that we can all agree to, and competitive compensation. Thank you for your time.
Next item is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Yao.
Thank you. So I know we have a very impacted schedule tonight, so I just wanted to keep mine really brief. And I wanted to give an update during our March board advance. One of our items had been a discussion about our field use agreement with the city of Cupertino. We discussed some different options. We know that they're going through a budget review, having to do some significant cuts. They did hold another meeting in April, and one of the recommendations that we are hearing is that they are removing the field use agreement and being pulled as one of the possible budget cuts. So we're hopeful in anticipation that that will move forward as they make their final decision. But that was one of them that the staff has recommended that they pull off, and this would be for the year 24-25. It could possibly come back for the following year, but at least that does give us a little bit longer time to kind of digest and look and process. But I did want to share with the board because we did have a pretty significant discussion on it and appreciated the city involving us in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have information items, beginning with Citizens Bond Oversight Committee report to the board. Chris?
Yes, thank you. Again, good evening. I would like to invite back up Mehul Kumar, our chairperson for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. As the board may recall, that this is an annual requirement of the committee to report out. And tonight, Mehul will talk a little bit about the work of the committee and talk a little bit about the annual report. So Mehul, please.
Good evening, respected board members and the staff. I'm Mehul Kumar, and I'm the chair for the Bond Oversight Committee and a parent of a student attending CUSD. As you all know, on June 5th, 2012, the voters residing within the district passed Measure H for around a $220 million bond that authorizes the funding needed for the repairs, upgrades of our schools and all the new construction projects. The school repair measure, as you all know, fix the leaky roofs, upgrade the earthquake and fire safety systems, keeps the school clean and accommodates our student growth. The principal duty of our committee, I think it's 8-people committee, was to include informing the public about the expenditure of the Measure H bond proceeds, ensuring that the district spends the bond money only for the purposes set forth in the Measure H, and also producing an annual report of the committee's proceeding and activities, including the compliance statement. Over the last fiscal year, this committee met 4 times and had its final meeting in March 2024. At this meeting, the district and the program management staff provided the committee with written and oral reports, presentation on the Measure H activities, and the auditor also presented us with the financial and performance audit reports. The district throughout this period, I believe, maintained AA bond ratings from the rating agency, and also secured close to $39 million in taxpayer savings through the bond refinancing. The final thing was 100% of all the Measure H bond financial and performance audit report that were presented passed with no findings. So the annual report that was presented to the committee, there was a small working group established, including myself, Mr. Vinay, who is present here, and Mr. Eric. And I would like to thank both Mr. Vinay and Eric for their professional insights on studying the report and reporting it back to the committee. Based on the review of the report, the committee concluded that the district is in compliance with the requirements of Article 13A, Section 1B3 of the California Constitution, and everything looks great. So at this point, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the admin and the program management staff, especially Chris, Tina, Kavita, and also our auditors, Jeff and Mike, who presented very crisp and timely information to the committee to make informed decisions. So thanks for all the help and providing the information in a very transparent fashion.
Thank you and the committee so much for serving on this. It's so valuable to us to have community members monitoring our bond program. So appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, anything else?
No, that concludes the item.
Next information item, certification of participation lease funding for district office restoration.
So before we I turn it over to Chris, and we do represent some Dale Scott, and I believe he's going to join us online as well. I did just want to add a little bit of context on this. Over our discussion when we went through the school closures and consolidations, there was a lot of conversation about the Meyerholt site. Over the course of the last spring, we had talked about the relocation of district office coming over here, meaning our business district office that's located at Mary Avenue right now, not our operations yard. And so we have been going through that process and looking. One of the things is that we are currently leasing for our Mary Avenue. So we pay an annual lease on that. We are projecting that that lease is going to continue to go out. So we're really looking at a means to utilize one of our own owned buildings, but also to not infringe on the general fund. We know how important that is to protect the money. And so what we have sharing tonight, Dale Scott and Mr. Crump have put together, this would be an opportunity or an option of a way to fund renovating, moving over to the district office so that we don't infringe on the general fund. And so tonight is just for an information that this is what a certificate of participation could look like. We know that Chris has some information to share as far as what is that the actual cost for the move over here. I can certainly say that as we are looking at drawing out any of the potential moves over here, we are trying to be very conservative. We know that our intent is at some point with this building ever need to be turned back over to a school. And so whatever we are doing for renovation, we do want to minimize it. We do want it to be efficient and usable as a district office, but we always want to keep that perspective in mind that maybe past all of our time, this may need to turn into a school again. And so all of those pieces were taken into consideration as we've been going through the work. So I'm going to turn over to Chris.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what Stacy was explaining tonight, that our intent obviously is to tonight, just for information purposes, look at what the funding opportunities there are to fund the renovation work here for this location for the district office to move here. And as I think we've stated, and Stacy mentioned too, that our interest at this point in time is to not have any impact or additional costs or impacts on the general fund. So literally speaking, what we're attempting to do is take what we're now doing is paying rent for the Mary location, and the rent that's being paid for the Mary location is coming out of the building fund. So really, most simply speaking, we're just trying to take what we're paying in the form of rent to now apply toward a loan or leasing opportunity here for us to do the work to renovate the site here. Now, I know that the information tonight we're sharing with you is proposing that we're looking at possibly needing to lease or borrow about $11 million of dollars to renovate the facility here. The amount of the renovation work here isn't completely known as of this point in time, but as Stacy was mentioning, we have gotten some preliminary estimates from the architect, and they've advised us that to build out a district office like this, they're estimating that it would be north of about almost $6 million in just hard construction costs. Obviously, there are going to be some soft costs as well. So soft costs could be anywhere from 10 to 15%. So we're probably in a range of about $8 million, my guess at this point in time. Yeah. But also too, we have to also put a project like this out to bid, and depending upon the bidding environment, it's possible that that cost estimate that we got from the architect, which was unfortunately about a year ago, so they had used some comparable information for a project very similar, but over a year ago, that with the cost of inflation and the current construction market, it's possible that that amount could go more than what they're projecting. So really, I think before I turn this part over to Joe, just want to preface that although we're using $11 million as an estimate, if we can get that number down, we will. But right now, because we haven't actually gotten any formal scope of work yet, and we don't know what the current bidding climate is going to be, it's hard to project that it's going to be much less than 8, but maybe not as much as 11. So I'll turn this part over, because really tonight, just for information purposes, we want to kind of walk you through how we're going to secure this line of financing for this type of project. So Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Crump from Dale Scott and Company. So glad to be here. So I'm going to discuss, as Chris mentioned, some details about the upcoming financing of the certificates of participation. So let's go to this slide 2. So as Chris and Stacy mentioned, for these estimates, we're assuming a project fund of 11 million. It sounds like that number is flexible. So just kind of keep that in mind when we look at some of these numbers. So our other assumptions, aside from an $11 million project fund, are we assumed that the repayment of these certificates would be over 30 years. So that's kind of a standard long-term repayment period. And we assumed that the debt service each year that would have to be paid would be level. So it's not escalating, it's not decreasing, it's just the same payments each year. So if we look at the graph on the left-hand side, we have the actual payments. These are estimated payments based on those parameters and based on current market interest rates. We're kind of visually, we're showing principal and interest, breaking out those payments. But you can see that based on, again, on that project funding amount of 11 million and on a 30-year term, at current interest rates, which are still historically low, but they've been increasing. The average annual debt service that we're estimating is about $686,000 per year. And that amounts to a total net debt service, a total repayment over the life of the 30-year certificates of about $20.6 million. And just briefly, I will cover the next slide, which is a timetable of some of the key activities that have to take place to complete the financing process. So we don't have to go over every item. I'll just touch on a few key ones. So one of the initial items which we've completed this week is to alert the county auditor and the County Office of Education about this financing. So that's a requirement of the education code that they have to be notified every time the district issues non-voter approved debt, such as a lease or a certificate of participation. So that process has been completed. We've also been working with Chris and his staff on the selection of a leased asset. So as part of the certificate of participation financing, there will have to be a property, usually a school site, chosen to secure that certificate. And based on our schedule, we would assume that this goes back to the board as an action item at the next meeting, May 23rd. And based on that timetable, we could lock in interest rates as early as late June, and the financing could be completed as early as early to mid-July. So that's a brief summary of the financing, but I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for being with us tonight. Any questions from the board? Sylvia and then Jerry.
Can you just explain for me what a certificate of participation is compared to other kinds of financing? What's the difference for picking this one versus like other ones?
Yeah, so probably the most common type of financing that we deal with in the public school space is a general obligation bond. One of the big differences, well, a few big differences, the general obligation bond has to be approved by voters. So as part of that process, there is an approved project list that, so if a project is not on that project list, you can't use bond money to pay to pay for that project. And I assume that's probably one of the reasons for why this is funded through a certificate. Certificates of participation are non-voter approved debt. They are repaid typically through district funds, the general fund, or in this case, as Chris mentioned, the building fund, as opposed to a GO bond, which is repaid through property taxes. So for that reason, they tend to be smaller issuances since they're paid through district funds. But they kind of work the same way. They have interest rates. Certificates of participation Usually they're rated a little bit lower because they're not considered as secure. As I mentioned before, there's usually a property that's the collateral. Does that help answer your question?
You just expand they're not as secure, they're rated
Yeah.
lower. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
For sure, yeah. So the main reason they're not considered as secure from the credit or rating perspective is because a general obligation bond is repaid through taxes, and the county has the authority, they're the ones that levy the taxes in California, to levy as much tax as is needed to pay that debt service on the general obligation bond. So that's kind of the meaning of general obligation. The county has a general obligation bond to raise taxes as high as necessary. So they're considered, pretty safe general obligation bonds. The district's GO bond rating, for example, is currently AA+, so one notch below AAA. So, very, very safe. But because a certificate is not paid through property taxes, but paid through district funds, it's considered to be a little more risky, understanding, I acknowledge, of course, that a lot of districts are in very good financial shape, but I think there's kind of more of an inherent risk for that reason because they're paid from district funds. But they work the same way. So the idea is an investor will purchase a bond that a district issues. I don't know how much in the weeds I should get, but basically it's called a certificate of participation because the investor is buying a certificate where they are allowed to participate in rental revenues. And the idea is there's kind of a complicated lease back arrangement, but the idea is the actual funds that are being paid as debt service are actually considered rental payments on the property being leased. So it's kind of a complicated legal structure. But I think the main idea is it's paid through general fund properties, or through the general fund or building fund. And it is not voter approved. There's no project list that constrains it like a GO bond. I think those are the big pieces, but
Thank you.
yeah, no problem.
You good?
Yeah.
Jerry?
A couple of questions. The first one is actually maybe for you and Stacy. This is an information item, which means no discussion. So questions only. I guess I'm trying to determine. I have a question. Maybe you can tell me if it's in scope or not, because this is the first time that at least I've seen the cost for the district office relocation, and so I have questions as to whether or not we should do it. This is a presentation on the financing structure. So would a question on viability, is it a good idea? Would that be in scope or not in scope for this?
Well, I think that is part of the scope because with this being an information item, our intent really was to bring forward, this would be a means for us to finance the renovation if we want to. We have not brought to you any of the scope and plans of what it would possibly look like. And so I think our intent was kind of to Sylvia's point of question, is this certificate of participation something you understand or have more questions about, or can give us some kind of direction as, yes, is this an interest of a way to pursue? Again, as Chris alluded to, that 11 million is probably not what it's going to cost. Really, if we are going to move, we would make it work on whatever the amount is. If you as a board said, we only want to spend $9 million and we want to go through a certificate, that's what we'd come from. But this intent today was really to explain the certificate of participation, as this is one means that we could fund the move without infringing on the general fund. If there's no interest in pursuing a certificate of participation, then our direction would be we'd need to come back and figure out.
I think for me, the certificate of participation is a mechanism to do something. And I guess we're not supposed to have a discussion today, but then if you look at the schedule, May 23rd is when we take action. So it doesn't seem like when do we discuss that?
I would ignore the schedule.
Oh, ignore the schedule. Okay,
Ignore the
all right,
schedule
then.
because
All right,
we're not abiding by that.
So let me
we need our time to
maybe phrase my question. So I think it's in scope. which is right now we're spending about 500,000 and change for the current Mary Avenue office. That includes both rent and operating costs. And with this approach, it's about 600,000 and change without the operating cost. So why would I want to, I had understood one of the reasons for doing this is to save money. And so it seems like now I'm spending 20% more on this approach. And so I'm just wondering, what am I missing here? Why would I want to do this when it's cheaper to just stay where we are in terms of a cash flow basis? Does that make sense? Is it in scope?
No, I think that's an appropriate question. Maybe I'll grab it and then Chris, I know wants to chime in as well.
Thanks.
One of the reasons, again, is we just wanted to share what this looks like and use some example numbers. We do believe that if we did a COP in the amount of 9 million, it would be equal to what we're currently paying as our lease over at Mary Avenue. So it would be a direct changing that lease, paying off the lease here. So short term, I think we've all had the discussion, I know with staff wise, short term, we could stay at Mary Avenue, continue to pay that lease. We could probably lease this out and generate the funds. We really were looking at long-term when we have a space that we own and, an opportunity. So for the future that the district office would be here. And so I think that is part of the discussion that we may need to have again, because when we had the discussion last spring and generated a conversation about moving here, I know specifically Satish had asked about costs and bringing that back.
Right. Yeah, no, I think we had talked about sort of trying to convert the school, and not touch the classroom setup so it could go back to a classroom. So I guess I was surprised by the cost estimate. So that I think maybe in a future discussion, it'd be interesting to see what goes into that estimate.
So I'm thinking we need to have a discussion on another agenda item. So
Okay.
because we can't discuss tonight.
Right, we can do. So I will ask a question and then that'll be my last question, which is basically if we go back to the previous slide, the one with the graphs.
Yep.
That one. So it looks like this is just on 2024 dollars, right? But the kind of time frame we're talking about, I mean, inflation is running about 3% over 30 years. I mean, a dollar now is going to only be worth 50 cents, 30 years from now. So I think if I would maybe ask for a version of this that actually is held in $24 to represent real value rather than nominal values. Because I think the kind of timescale we're talking about, the fact that inflation, no one's thinking it's going to go back to 0.5% anymore. It actually, I think in my mind matters. Right. So paying back $1 30 years from now is different than the dollar now. And I think it would actually help make the case for this, but I just want to have more accurate numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, that makes sense. Yeah. Just
Okay.
in terms of, present value, what do these numbers
Exactly.
look like? Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. Question?
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you. So I'm looking at this as an annual debt service. That's like our annual, if this was the situation, every year we would be paying $685,000 and 664, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, roughly that amount, just based on our estimates.
About what is the interest rate on this?
So the interest rate, this is structured kind of like a bond where there's a serial maturity. So there's a bunch of different maturities. As you can kind of tell from the principal payments, each one of those is a maturity. I believe in this interest rate scale, we're using all 5% coupons. So I hope I'm not getting too much into the weeds here. The yields are lower. And so there's a premium that's generated when the certificates are sold, which is kind of like extra money that the investor's paying. And that allows the district to issue less certificates. But the actual coupon payment is 5%. I think the yield, I don't know if I have it here, probably more like 4%. So that's actually the real interest rate is closer to 4%. But the payments are about 5%. That's kind of what we see in the current municipal market, where a lot of investors want like a 5% coupon payment. So that does have an effect on, increasing that interest cost. Does that help answer your question?
Sort of. I mean, initially we are aiming to get $11 million, but in the span of the 30-year term, it sounds like in total, we would be making a payment of $20,569,917.
Yes, and including all the interest that's paid back, yes.
And right now, with our current situation, is this the best that we could get in terms of the different kinds of loans that's out there?
Yeah, I mean, there was a good question earlier about, comparing a certificate of participation versus a GO bond. In California, those are really the two main, financing vehicles for school districts. So a GO bond, again, slightly higher rating, it will have a slightly, for that reason, it will have a slightly lower interest cost. Not massively, I think it's like a one-notch difference. So Cupertino's bond rating is AA minus or AA plus. So the COP would probably be rated one notch lower, AA. So a little bit of a difference, but not much. But those are really the two main options in terms of financing a GO bond versus a certificate of participation. So that's in California, at least. I think in other states, the laws might be a little bit different, but those are really the two.
I think you did an excellent job explaining and answering Sylvia's question, which was one of my questions too. Would it be appropriate to ask about if it's possible to cut the cost down of construction by re-looking at the design?
I think that's very appropriate. I think that's what we would probably want to come back with on the discussion as to what does that scope of work look. Again, using that 11 million, we were doing some of the estimated costs. If our goal is really to keep those costs equivalent to what we're currently paying at Mary Avenue, then that would mean we'd need to relook at some of our plans and scale back.
Stacey,
I think that's kind of a question to lead us into that discussion.
So Stacey, can I just add it? So if I can understand what the board's asking. So, I mean, as I mentioned, at this point in time, since there aren't any final designs yet, but to the point, we're going to have to design to a particular number. So as we bring this item back to have some more discussions with the board, if the board feels comfortable with giving us some sort of a number, then obviously then the architect is tasked with building something that we can be built within that amount of funding. So.
Okay. Are you good, Ava?
Yeah.
I think you answered the last, or you asked the same question which I wanted, but I'll do a little bit more on that. Again, what I would like to see is, again, I think I asked you the cost of it, right? Because when we decided this move itself, I was worried about the cost of it. That's the reason I was asking that. But I would like to see, Chris, if possible, different modeling. Actually, what it means is like 11 million what we get it, 5 million what you get it, 3 million what you get it. If no expense, what you get it, kind of like 2 or 3 tiers kind of things, right? So that will help us, because I think going back to Jerry's point, also some point of time, we wanted to take it back as a school, right? If needed, right? So that kind of, so different plans or a design or a modeling, that will really help us to make a call or what is the right thing to do in that, especially this 500K versus 618. And probably it could be
Remember,
300.
this is a time for questions.
Yeah, this is question.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. Maybe the longer question. So what I want, okay, or the summary of the question is I would like to get different modeling of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get different?
No, why possible? I think it's a question. It's needed.
All right, so I'm going to make a suggestion. We have one public comment. So shall we go ahead with public comment and then come back to questions if we have more after we hear the comment? Sure. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, public comment, Erin?
Yes, San Rao. Should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you
Yes,
for this opportunity. I sent in my public comment and a reply as well to that. So hopefully you had a chance to see that. I would like the board members to please look at the cost of leasing office space in the Bay Area right now, let me give you some data points for your consideration. If you look at the Bay Area office market right now in Silicon Valley, Class A, you have a net rentable area of 75 million, out of which 20% is vacancy. That is Class A. That would be the closest to a brand new construction. If you chose Class B, there's 23 million of rentable area with 19.7% total vacancy. If you look at the availability, you have 22% available right now of Class A office in Silicon Valley. And if you look at the average asking rate, dollar per square foot, it's like $5.78 per square foot for Class A office. I'm appalled at the alternative that you're discussing right now. This is the most expensive option and the option that makes the least sense to actually build an office at this time when office market is in decline, when 20% market is vacant, and you could get a lease for pennies on the dollar. You could also buy a foreclosed office for pennies on the dollar. This is a time when building an office should be the least of your options, and especially paying 5% yield on certificate of participation. On both sides, you're picking the worst option, which is you're choosing to construct and you're choosing to pay the highest yield that we've seen in decades. And I didn't see any discussion on what is the property tax going to be in addition to the operational cost and in addition to the total cost of this debt service. So I would urge you, this is money that could be spent on our teachers. I heard heartbreaking stories in earlier comments about teachers that we should be retaining that we're losing. These are staff members that actually add value to the core mission of the district. We expect that you're spending money on core agendas, which is costs associated with education, educational infrastructure, kids programs, and paying certificated teachers. We do not expect you to be spending money of this kind, $20 million on this program. In 30 years, your staffing could be half the size it is now if you see the declines. So building an office makes the least sense to me. Please look for another lease option. Plenty of lease options in a 20% vacant market. Do not approve this. Reject this right now. And let's see no more of this kind of wasteful spend of our money. We would rather spend this money on students and on our precious staff, especially certificated teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions now before we move on? So this is what, oh.
I do have a question. I guess possibilities, and it may not be directed to you, Joe, but in terms of timing, based on how much we are paying rent now, and this is not including the building cost, but like it was around $460,000, right?
I believe that's roughly.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The rent that we are currently paying annual.
The current annual rent that we're paying at Mary is $525,000 a year.
That's including the operational cost?
No,
or just the rent?
Just the rent.
Okay, 5.25. I wonder what the cost would be if we were to wait and then based on the situation kind of alone, we're looking at these expenses. I wonder if it'll be cheaper if we were to integrate this plan into a bond. And then I wonder like how we can make it more cost saving, considering that we also have a building fund. Because right now, I think we are paying part of it out of the building fund. Can you clarify that, Chris? Like our rent and how much we have the building fund?
So as we mentioned, that the proceeds from all of our lease properties and everything goes into building fund 21. And out of that, we're contributing to our routine repair maintenance budget, as we talked about a little earlier, as well as paying them the rent for the Mary office there.
And maybe I can.
And I'm not like, I'm just postulating, sorry.
if I could make a suggestion or a recommendation, based on just your questioning there, I would recommend that maybe we roll it back and bring back as a discussion the entire conversation as far as moving the district office here, bring some of those costs so that, again, it was a year ago that we had the initial conversation. We didn't have the dollar amount there. Since that time, we know costs have gone up. One of our pieces that we would like to have that discussion as soon as possible. So if we could put it on the next board agenda, is because right now we are scheduled to be out of our Mary Avenue on April of 2025. So we would need to make a decision, and if that's where we're going to remain, we need to work with our landlords at that point.
Another thing I heard some board members ask for is some indication of the scope of work and maybe tiered, as Satish suggested, where, maybe at $7 million and $9 million, something like that.
Sure.
And I agree that we put it on the next agenda for discussion.
For discussion.
And Satish, you had something else?
Yeah, I have one more request. Actually, if you are going to lease this, okay, versus like we taking another leased office instead of Mary, what would be the difference? How much we can?
We would have to bring that back.
Yeah, not
we could
necessarily
bring that back.
Yeah,
into
yeah.
the discussion
That would be
as well.
also nice. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, no more public comments on this one?
No, they're not.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate having you with us.
Great. Yeah, I think I'm the next one as well. So.
Oh, okay, go. Oh, yes, bond election. Good.
So the next item up is a discussion or information about the general obligation bond strategy. Joe's here tonight, and Dale was going to be joining us. And are we still waiting for?
He texted me. I'm not sure if he can make it. I know he was at another meeting.
Okay.
But I'm comfortable without.
All right.
So, yeah.
Well, then please continue.
Yeah, so yeah, as Chris mentioned, so the next presentation is about a potential bond measure on the November 2024 ballot. So I think you may have seen some of these slides already. So this is an overview. If you look at the graph on the left, that is an overview of voter turnout in Santa Clara County for the last several election cycles going back to 2012. I think the big takeaway, obviously, from this graph is that in presidential elections, turnout is very high. It's been at least 80% the last three cycles, 85% in November of 2020.
Sorry, Joe, Mahmood, are we able to shift the slide up so we can see the complete slide? Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I think the big takeaway for here is just, how much higher turnout is in presidential elections, which is, kind of one of the reasons why it's important to target them if you're trying to put a bond on the ballot. This next slide, I don't know if we've shown this before to the board, but this is pretty interesting. So this is a breakdown of single family homes in the district by assessed valuation. So you can see there's a wide range. There's actually almost 4,500 homes assessed under $200,000 within the district, kind of at one extreme. But the average assessed value is about $1 million. And I should mention this data is from fiscal year 2020-21, so it's probably a little bit different now, but not too much different. So again, the average assessed value is about $1 million for a single family home. So that kind of gives you a rough sense of what a taxpayer might be paying for a new bond measure. So for an elementary school district, the upper limit for a bond measure tax is $30 per 100,000 of assessed value. So if the average home is assessed at $1 million, that would be $300 per year. So that this graph kind of gives you a rough idea of, what would taxpayers be paying on a potential new bond measure. The next slide just shows the district's past bond measures. So there have been 3 that have been placed on the ballot. All have passed. Interestingly, all of them have been on the June ballot, the primary ballot. But, they have been successful despite being put on the primary ballot. The most recent was in 2012. So the next section, we're going to discuss 3 alternative bond structures for the November 2024 bond. So this first one is what we tested in the survey, roughly this structure. This is a $30 bond. So it's sized all the way up to that $30 per 100,000 tax rate limit. You'll note that, well, I should mention first, in the gray, we have tax rates on the district's existing bonds. So we're showing those just to have the full context of what all of the district's taxes will look like together. And you'll note that we've sort of structured the November 2024 bonds in blue. The first 2 years, the payments are relatively lower. We're not taking them all the way up to 30. And the reason we're doing that is just to limit the increase in the overall tax rate. So it's only going up about, $15. And we're including the prior bonds because from a taxpayer perspective, you're paying taxes on everything. So we're showing everything all together. And this bond structure would generate about $444 million in bond funding. So another alternative is if we have a slightly lower tax rate. So this is roughly the same type of structure, but instead of bringing the tax rate up to 30, we're only bringing it up to 24 at the maximum. Now, the overall tax rate, including the prior bonds, is only increasing by about $8 to $10. But this bond structure generates only about $350 million of bonds, so almost $100 million less than the first alternative. And lastly, we have just a tax rate extension. So there's no overall increase in the tax rate as the prior bonds, which are currently outstanding in gray. As those payments drop off, we just fill in that extra space with the new bond. So that has the benefit of no increase to current tax rates. But on the other hand, it only generates about a little more than $300 million in funding. So you can kind of see the trade-offs as we move from one structure to the next. Obviously, higher tax rates, as you would expect, would result in more funding. Another item that we wanted to discuss is alternative bond language. So this will require a little bit of background, so I'll try to, set this up. So when we did the survey, I think that was presented earlier this year, the voter survey, there was one question which we asked in all of our client surveys that asked the respondents, have you ever had a child or grandchild attend the Cupertino Union School District? And the results of the survey were about 46% of district voters said, no, I've never had a child or grandchild attend a school in the district. And that's not unusual. We've seen in pretty much all of the surveys we've done, that number is often around 50%, about 50%, give or take a few percentage points of voters throughout most districts in California don't have a family member who has attended a local public school. But, obviously they're still voting on a potential bond measure. So we have, that's kind of one piece of the puzzle. And those people obviously might not really be paying attention to what the district is doing, even though they live within its boundaries. So that's one piece of the puzzle. The other thing is we work with, for example, Cabrillo Unified School District in Half Moon Bay up near San Francisco. And in their survey, we didn't do it in this survey, but in their survey, we tested 2 different ballot languages. Now, Cabrillo is not the name of a city or a place. It's just the name of the school district. The city is Half Moon Bay. So our thinking was a lot of those people that say, no, I don't have family that have attended a local district, they might not really resonate with, I'm sure they've probably heard the name Cabrillo Unified, but it might not really resonate with them because they're, Cabrillo is not a city, they might not know what it is. So we tested out 2 different sets of ballot language. One was kind of traditional ballot language that you often see, which has, the name of the school, the bond amount, some of the key projects, the tax rate. And the other ballot language had most of that same information, but we listed out the 6 major schools in Cabrillo Unified. And our thinking was people might not know what Cabrillo is if they don't have a family association with the district, but they will know their local neighborhood school. That will be something that resonates with them. And we found in that survey, I believe, it moved the yes vote by 12 points, just comparing those 2 ballot languages and having the actual schools listed as opposed to not having them. So that brings us back to Cupertino. Cupertino is obviously a much bigger district. We know we couldn't list all of the school names in the ballot language, but one thing that's important to keep in mind with Cupertino is that only 42% of the voters within Cupertino Union School District actually live within the city of Cupertino. And so we have not tested this, but our thinking is that it is important in the ballot language to list Los Altos, San Jose, Saratoga, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, because a majority of the voters within the school district live in those areas, and especially if they don't have children at the district, there's a chance they could look at the ballot language and say, I don't live in Cupertino, this doesn't resonate with me. So we thought we would recommend including those city names in the ballot language. So it's a little confusing. That should say city names, not school names, but our recommendation would be to go with the ballot language on the left that lists out all of those surveys.
And
cities,
correct
sorry.
me, on the ballot language, we are limited in number of words. Is that 75 words?
Right.
max?
Yes, that's a great point. So, there's a little bit of a trade-off here. The example of Cupertino or Cabrillo, excuse me, showed that it made sense from a voter's perspective. But yes, there is a limited space. There's only 75 words allowed in the ballot language. And some of that is already taken up by required information such as the district name, the tax rate, the amount of annual payments. So some of those are required by law. So yeah, there's limited real estate. So if you do add the city names, that's less space for other projects. That it's a trade-off for sure. But we think it's a trade-off that makes sense.
And
Okay.
I did want to share, just for clarification, on the 3 options, based on the feedback we were looking at, what the survey had proposed. I know that one of the interests from the board was looking at somewhere less than that $28 or $30. And so I think that's where some of those options are. We also had that discussion about originally our facility master plan called out for about $1 billion worth of work that was narrowed down in the scope through stakeholder input down to about 400 million. But then we also had that conversation about realistically, what could we do in a short period of time? And I think there was an interest of the board of going out for a smaller amount as well. So I just wanted to put that in context as well as to why there's the different options.
Yeah, and lastly, we just have a very, brief high level timeline of the election. So the filing deadline is in August. Obviously, election day is in November. A bond could be issued in early 2025 based on this timing. I think, so that concludes the presentation, but I think there was another item on the agenda, which was the project list.
Maybe we go through this
Okay,
first
yeah.
initial slide and questions before we move on to the project list.
Okay, questions about the of this presentation?
I had questions. So currently Cupertino Union School District doesn't have any operating bonds or partial taxes, correct?
No, that's not correct.
There have been 3 prior bond measures, and I believe the 1995 bonds have just been paid off in full.
Okay.
So currently, the 2001 and 2012 bonds are still being paid off, but there's no remaining authorization. So all of those bonds have been issued.
But the use of the bonds we have finished.
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so
Yeah,
our-
the payments are still being made, but
the payments
yeah.
are still being made. Thank you. And then, so our latest one in 2012, and this just came up, was a $220 million bond measure H. And that from the committee presentation of our citizens, they mentioned that we were able to save $39 million in bond refinancing. But currently, in terms of like having money in our budget, we don't have anything because the last one just ended in June of 2023.
So if I'm hearing, are you asking is our Measure H bond, or have we used all of
We
the
used
funds in
all
the Measure
funds.
H? So we have basically used all the funds. I think we have. a couple
We've
projects.
expended all the remaining Measure H dollars, but to go back to think of what I heard Ava ask is the $39 million of tax savings, where did that go? We did not benefit from additional proceeds to spend on more projects. Those are tax savings back to the community. So it just reduced the community's tax obligation by 39 million over the life of Measure H.
Right. Okay, and but there's no bond money currently in our budget because we used it all. So this is why we're asking for, because we don't have that money. The 8% that we used to have, I think you said it was around 8%. The bond was helping 8% of our budget or something. I forgot what percentage, but
I don't know what percentage.
of the partial tax, yeah.
8 million was.
8
the
million,
partial.
eight something, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Satish and then Jerry.
Okay, so the one thing is still it is an information only, right? We are not discussed and the amount is not
Making any
finalized.
decisions.
Yeah. So we are not, none of these numbers are finalized. It is only a sample thing.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. So I assume this, just for a clarification, this, the language, whatever we have put is kind of a sample language, or is it, except the amount, leave the amount portion of it, but otherwise it would be like this, or it's a proposal, something like.
Yeah, it's a proposal, so.
No, the reason why I'm asking is in the first one with the school name, it's not a discussion again, I'm asking question. So, in this thing, it still says, the schools in Cupertino, Los Altos and San Jose kind of. San Jose has other schools, right? So I think we'll have to probably fine tune a lot if at all you are going to put the thing here. So just
You are very clever. You get a lot of comments in.
yeah, but I covered under a question there. Okay. So
And the dollar amounts are just used as examples in there, so they.
okay, good. I think that my questions are over.
Jerry.
If we could go to slide 8, please. I have a question about the one of the options, the tax rate extension one. Actually, yeah, that one. So I understand the concept here, the intent here is to keep the rate constant. So why would there be a fall off in 2040 rather than just pulling it up, I guess. And I noticed in all three of these proposals, the last 4 years kind of tailed down.
Yeah.
If you could speak about why wouldn't we just, keep the rate high and shorten the duration? What's the intent behind this design?
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, yeah, it is possible to do that. One thing we're not showing here, and it might have been helpful for us to show is, if we look at the table on the right, the idea would be, in this scenario, the bonds are issued in 3 series. Sometimes we do it, we haven't done it here, but we'll actually show the series in different colors laid out, those tax rates. So it's a little hard to tell, but one of the reasons it starts dropping off is basically in 2048, Series A is paid off. In 2050, Series B is paid off, and then 2052, Series C is paid off. And you could actually structure it so that when one bond pays off, you increase the payments on the other one.
Sure.
So that's a possibility
Okay,
too.
but I understand. So it's really dependent on when these bonds are issued, and that's up
Yeah.
to some future board to decide. But-
Exactly, yeah.
and
So this is
there's-
kind
it's
of an example of how we do it, but yeah, it's up to the board ultimately to
Got it.
decide. Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Sylvia, question?
Just a quick if you can help me recall, was the survey when there were the survey results had the 3 different options, like the 28,
It was a 30, a
the-
28, and I believe an 18.
it was an 18?
I think it was a 30, 28, and 12.
Oh, that sounds,
Yeah.
okay. 30, 28, and 12. So a tax rate extension is, what percentage? I can't remember.
I don't know if we asked that question in the survey. We asked about the tax rates. I'm not sure if we asked about explicitly like a tax rate
extension.
extension.
But but generally, what is that number? Do we know?
Well, I do know, so from the survey, we asked about, the tax rates, as you mentioned. And the question, as you probably remember, was, whether this rate will make you more likely or less likely to vote yes on a bond measure. So there was some difference. The tax rates did make a bit of a difference. So for $12 or less than $12, the more likely was 59%. For $28, it was 46, and then for 30, it was 41. So, you could see there's a difference in the survey, but again, that question is not necessarily whether you would vote for the bond measure, but just would it make you more likely? So, it's important to keep that in mind, though.
Can I clarify on that? I think I know what you're asking me, maybe, because when you look at the graph on this slide currently here, if we're extending it, I'm assuming the gray, which is our prior bond, is paying, it's at $38. That would continue then if we're reading that all the
Right.
way out to 2040, it would still be a $30 tax rate.
Exactly.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, what percentage is would that be, is our current tax rate that if it were extended, is that lower than the 12% high, somewhere in between
yeah.
the 12 and 28, just
Yeah.
just so I can understand the scope of if we use those survey results to compare what that
that's a great
percentage
question.
would be.
Um,
I'm not it's my fault. I'm not asking it very
No, it's a good question
articulately.
because so if we go back to the ballot language, so one number that is supposed to be in the ballot language and it is here is the tax rate. So this is obviously an example, but we're showing 28 per 100,000. And that's an average. So I don't think I have the average of this structure, but I would guess just kind of looking at it, maybe could be in the low 20s. I would guess maybe it's like 22 or something. That's probably the average. So we didn't test that number. It kind of goes from 12 to 28. So there's kind of a wide gulf in there. But I would guess, this is probably about low 20s.
Okay.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
I don't think we referred to the other slides, but on page 14 shows the current tax rate structure. So
Yeah.
I think this also kind of goes back to, I think what I thought Sylvia was asking, really, what is the current tax rate are we assessing now? And this slide here kind of refers to that step down as more of the other older bonds get paid off, the tax rates start to drop off. And so I don't want to overstep what my understanding of this, but that drop off there gets then filled in with the new tax rate should we pass a new bond, keeping it at, I think the current tax rate is around, according to this graph, around $36 per $100,000 assessed value.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That's a great clarification. Yeah, so that would be the idea that, yeah, the current tax rates, around 36 or so. And then we have a drop off just based on the current payment structures starting in 28. So we would just fill in that space.
Thank you.
So I'm kind of getting lost in the bar graphs, excuse me. But so when you say $36 per $100,000 of assessment, is that the total amount of money that the taxpayer is now paying on all the outstanding bonds that we have?
That's correct.
Okay, and so we have two outstanding bonds. So they're going to pay $36
For
per
everything.
100 up
Yeah.
to some date.
Up to 2027.
And then it drops to
About 23.
23. Okay, that clarifies it for me. So I'm thinking we need more discussion on this because this wasn't discussion, this was questions. So we need to bring this back as a discussion item. Okay,
Please.
all right, anything else? Anybody have anything else?
There was another attachment onto this was the actual ballot language. Would you prefer to wait to actually talk about, the project list? Till we come back and have more of a discussion about the amount of the bond? Do you want to dive into the project list now and start
What do you think?
giving us
So-
first?
I'm getting nods from Sylvia.
Yeah.
Project list. Satish, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I thought we are not agreed on a number yet, only we just said that it's a low, right? So one option could be like what you get for each of that would be the best. And I thought that last time when we discussed, we said that we should have probably a limited number of line items rather than having a whole laundry list of
I
things.
do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the project list was generated off the facility master plan of
Okay.
pulling everything that was on there so that you would have that to privy. I do know that on the project list, there was one item that stood out, I think that wasn't on the original facility master plan, and that was educator housing, and I believe that was added on because that had come up as one of those top 5 on the survey. So again, I think that we need to have that discussion on that project list because it really was pulled off of the facility master plan, and we know that we'll have to go through that and kind of prioritize, and that would be, for the board to do.
So I don't know, yeah, I agree, but I don't know whether I communicated right way. So basically, what I was thinking is like, the amount against each of that, right? Kind of, that's what we would be planning to. If you're going for a lower number,
What could we do under
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
I gotcha.
exactly.
So were you planning to do the project list tonight?
Well, it was attached, Mr. Scott had attached it to it. I don't know if he had planned to go thoroughly through it. I think the bulk of it had been more on the discussion as far as looking these different options so that you can begin to think about as you look at those 3 or one of those 3 ones that you want to come in and dive in and do more discussion on. And then that would relate to what you just said, Satish, depending on what we're going to go, what would that look like? What could we possibly do?
What is the timeline with respect to, because, do we have enough time for?
We would need to put this on all of our upcoming board meetings, I think, to have that discussion. We also have a board advance coming up in May that we could devote, a significant amount of time for this discussion as well, if need be, which I think would be good.
So good, bring it back for discussion, look at the project list at that time. Okay, so maybe some significant time for that, maybe at the board advance.
That would give us a couple board meetings before we recess for summer.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Anything else from you, Chris or Joe? We're good? Do we have any public comment on this item?
Oh, I'm sorry, we did.
Yes, we do. We have one public comment. San Rao, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, board members. I would like to suggest that you publish an attachment of what you said you would do with the 2012 Measure H and what you actually did. And I think that would provide a lot more credibility and trust around whether the dollars were well spent and whether you did what you would say you would do. I've looked through the list of projects by elementary school and by middle school and by administration. It concerns me that you spent 7 million on administration. And I think you just need to think about how the public is not, flush with dollars right now. Inflation's hurting, unemployment's hurting. Everybody wants to put a tax. The city wants to put a tax. The county wants to put a tax. The state lawmakers want to increase the tax. And yes, we want to support our schools, but you just need to put yourselves in the shoes of your community and understand that it hurts. I'm sure you feel it as well. It hurts. And so it's important to really build trust with the community. And that starts with being good, frugal, judicious spending of taxpayer dollars. And that is visible for all to see. I go to CUSDbond.org, I look at the projects over 10 years. You said you'd fix leaky roofs. I'm looking for leaky roofs. I can hardly find 3 or 4 schools, maybe 5, that fix leaky roofs. It strikes an emotional chord when you say the first line item is leaky roofs. Everybody wants to fix a leaky roof. How many leaky roofs did you fix? And I see this line item for affordable housing for teachers. That's a big red flag. I can tell you, you'll probably not get the vote based on that. Because like we said before, the district is the least efficient allocator of capital when it comes to real estate projects. You are neither experienced nor efficient in spending capital for ground up construction projects. And to build and maintain your own housing on property that you would need to own long term is not money that either parents or non-parent residents are going to give you. And so I urge you to strike out non-essential items. That list reads like a what's what list. It's a catch-all list of everything. I'd like you to estimate how much it would actually cost. To have a credible list, you need to show how much you will allocate for each line item and how many schools can be served with each of those line items, and to come up with a credible budgeting of what this bond would actually fulfill. And throwing in housing on that is a big red flag. And I can tell you, people read these things. So I hope you will retract that list significantly and focus on things we really need and publish what you did in the.
Thank you. Any others, Erin?
No, they're not.
Okay. Okay, thank you again. Next item is recommendation for the adoption of science materials, yes.
World language. World language.
Don't we have science on here too? Did I miss it?
That's an action item. This is an
Okay,
information.
okay,
item for
world
our
language, got it.
languages.
It's getting late. It's been a long day.
And we have Marie and Sarah are gonna lead this discussion, lead this information.
All right. Well, trustees and superintendent, yeah, we are excited to come to you to talk to you about world language. And this is a curriculum that we haven't talked about in a very long time. Very, very long time. So we engaged in a 2-year process with the world language teachers. For the first year, we worked with the Santa Clara County Office of Education to help us really dig into the new standards for world language as well as the framework. And so we spent time really understanding it. And by the end of that year, 2022-23, we engaged in a process of looking at curriculum that was available. So we did a thorough vetting of the curriculum with our newly gained knowledge, and we chose curriculum to pilot for Spanish and French. And those were the 2 areas, the 2 languages that were really available for us to look at. And so what we are here today to present to you is the results of the pilot that took place this year. We piloted 2 different sets of curriculum for Spanish and French. And we're going to be talking about the results and our recommendation for adoption. So the curriculum that we started out with in our first pilot was CLET for Spanish and Vista for French. And then that started in August and went through to mid-November. And then the second pilot started up in January, and we piloted Carnegie for both Spanish and French. And that pilot completed in March. And we had all of the French and Spanish teachers participate in the pilot. So there are 11 teachers listed there representing all of the middle schools. And we also had many students participate. So for the French pilot, we had about 270 students participating. And for Spanish, we had approximately 925 students participate. And this is kind of what this year's timeline looked like. Starting in August, we began with our training for CLET and Vista. We met up again with our colleague from the Santa Clara County Office of Education, Natividad. We just call her Hushi. She's awesome. And so she helped us with our review of survey tools that we utilized. And then we met up with her again at the conclusion of the first pilot to analyze it. There was a little bit of a gap in December, and that helped the teachers fill in some areas that they wanted to make sure they covered for the year. The teachers were able to preview the Carnegie pilot so that they knew what they were going to be possibly missing, and they worked things in, which was great. So then in January, we started up with our Carnegie training and piloted until March. We again went through that same process, reviewing the survey tools, and then at the end, we debriefed that pilot. The teachers got so good at debriefing and working through this that we had enough time at the end of that meeting to then determine and deliberate between the two. And we were able to come to a very strong recommendation. So we're going to be sharing that with you in just a moment. This just gives you a sense of the process that we went through. So we started with just our district lens, thinking about what's unique to Cupertino. And then we went ahead and investigated and tested out, with our pilot process. Then we reviewed the components against, how the lived experience was. We didn't really consider optional program review tasks. We felt like that was already kind of wrapped in. And then we made a decision. So we are here to share where we landed.
So after each 6 to 8 weeks of the pilot, we got back together with our SCOE representative, Hushi, and she had the teachers all fill out a survey. And within the survey, she wanted us to all look at 4 different components. And the 4 different components of each one of the surveys had standards alignment. So we wanted to look and see how the materials align to the new world language standards. And then really wanted us to look at the materials as a whole. So what are the materials providing assessments in a variety of ways? And were the lessons engaging? And was the technology easy to use? Then we wanted to look at universal access. So looking at the materials, are you able to differentiate for the students that need differentiation? And then instructional support. So are the materials accessible to students? Are they rigorous and are they age appropriate? So those are the 4 components. And then the scores were determined based on teacher experiences, and they were either going to give a 5 for high quality, 3 for medium quality, and 1 for low quality. And at the whole time, they are thinking about their guiding question. And the guiding question is, to what extent did the instructional materials support you in teaching world language lessons? So for both of the pilots, we went through the survey with all of our teachers, and this is what we came up with. So you see up here that we have the 3 different publishers, Vista, Klett, and Carnegie. And the dark blue is Carnegie. And as you can see here, for each one of the 4 components, Carnegie scored a solid 5 from all of our teachers. So you can take a look there.
Yeah, and I would say, it's a consensus score. So what we did was we found which score was the most common, and we discussed and came up with that consensus score.
So for the teacher feedback, in those surveys, they're also, not only are they able to place scores, but they are also giving comments and feedback about the curriculum. So as you can see here, for Vista, these are some of the things that the teachers were saying. The vocabulary covered various topics. There was few frequent checks for understanding. World language standards were not stated in the textbook. Cultural content relevant. Activities lacked authenticity for cultural relevance. Assessments needed modification. Online platform had usability issues. Teachers Edition offered differentiation and grouping ideas, and references to supporting materials was unclear. For the Klett Spanish pilot, teachers reported insufficient grammar coverage. Students felt lacking in practice, especially for verb conjugation. Advanced topics introduced early but not practiced enough. Cultural integration lacking in some. Cultural aspect appreciated, but still too advanced for beginners. Desire for more authentic videos and dialogues. Online access was difficult, limited tech help. Concerns about pacing being too fast and lack of practice opportunities. And some content was too advanced and some was too easy. And then for Carnegie, which was our French and Spanish pilot, teachers reported that lessons were scaffolded with clearly stated objectives. The online materials include cultural exposure and various assessments, alignment with ACTFL, which is the American Council on Teaching Foreign Languages, readiness standards demonstrated. Practice activities abundant for vocab and grammar, activities tiered for beginner students with minimal help needed, side notes and a variety of material appreciated by students, a wide variety of cultural materials and activities available. Students found them enjoyable, multiple assessment types available, including partner conversation assessment, mixed feedback on assessment difficulty, option to assign work to specific students appreciated, online workbook for native Spanish speakers appreciated, ability to pre-assign pages for advanced students, printed resources available electronically, materials easy to access and modify, and proficiency level slightly above, engaging material for students. So as you can see, the teachers really preferred the Carnegie and gave some really solid reasons why that particular curriculum was the curriculum that they wanted to move forward with. The next slide up here is our student survey. And what they did with the student survey is they did not give students just one survey. What they were doing throughout the pilot is giving multiple surveys to the students after each lesson. So we're really getting a wide variety of information from the students. So it's not just one lesson, it's multiple lessons. So that's why you're seeing here, for example, in the CLET world languages, 1,399 responses from students were polled. And for Vista, we had 1,330 French responses from students. And from Carnegie, we had 1,993 French and Spanish student responses. So we got a lot of responses from the students from multiple lessons that they were doing throughout the pilot. As you can see here, they all scored pretty much in the 70 percentile area. We had 43 parents that provided feedback on Carnegie. And this is generally what they had said, that it was nice. Modules and lessons are systematically organized. It was engaging. The textbook activities were fun, interesting, and educational. They were modern and adaptive, incorporated gamification and adaptive learning, engaging kids accustomed to such methods. It was supportive. It provides a structured system for language learning. There were some mixed reviews on the online features. While some find the online platform clunky and slow, others appreciated its engaging format. Some prefer paper books over the online version. So for the purpose of the pilot, hardcover books were not sent home. They were, it was all online for them to be working. They did have hardcover books within the classroom. So the straw poll for adoption was 100% of our teachers that piloted, which were all of our French and Spanish teachers, all agreed that they would like to move forward with Carnegie. And our rationale for Carnegie World Language adoption, the student and teacher feedback was very high. The students liked the lessons. They reported them as very engaging. The parent input was also very favorable, and the teachers really felt that they were supported by Carnegie, and they really liked the materials. And it was easy to use. So the next slide is what the cost would be for a Spanish and French adoption to all 5 of our middle schools. And that is the quote total there. And this would also include ongoing professional development for our teachers and licenses, as well as the hardcover books.
And it's for 8 years.
8 years.
Okay,
So this is brought as information, and
so we can take questions, but no comments. Okay, question. Sylvia and then Emma.
Thanks for this presentation. It was very thorough. So just 2 questions. First is on slide number 3, the pilot teachers. I was just noticing that Kennedy only has 1 teacher. So which language is or unless they're teaching 2 languages?
No, they're only teaching Spanish.
Okay. All right. And then for the other 4, is Spanish and French taught at both for the other 4?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Just clarification on that. And then just out of curiosity, you said at the beginning of your presentation, it's been a long time. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
Phyllis, you might be able to answer that.
I don't remember, but it's been a long time. We like
books.
maybe before I was on the board. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We like to say that the books might have been purchased during the Reagan era.
Okay.
If I could add also, the reason is, the state hadn't updated the framework and the guidance in many, many years. And the teachers had been asking, and there was a delay in the updating of the state framework. So we were just so thrilled finally that the moment came and the publishers came through with some new material. So it wasn't that we had been neglecting it for years and years. It
No.
was just the next time the state gave it attention.
Yeah.
We were able to do this.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Ava?
Oh, yeah, my question is the 8-year term, is that based, like how we determine 8 years based on, the pricing? Like sometimes I know publishers, like if you do this longer, you get it cheaper, or what's the reasoning behind the 8-year term?
Yeah, it's a typical term. And it's great to be able to have something consistent for that long. That's typically the amount of time that we have for curriculum adoption.
Kind of the framework cycle, isn't it? Yeah.
And if we have the digital access, does that mean if they make any improvements and stuff, it's available online, but does that include updates on the student edition, or we just have one version of the student in physical print edition?
Yes, that would be correct. It would be buying the books, but then any kind of updates to the digital version. So for example, right now they have this wide variety of readers that the students can access in the foreign language that they would be learning. And they're constantly updating that library, which is fantastic. So the kids can go in there and be able to read readers, and there's all different types of subject matter. So that would be constantly updated for us.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Satish?
Yeah, since Vista is number 2 here in the comparison, did you have any price comparison also on that, or we did not even explore that?
A price comparison?
Yeah,
With
the cost.
regards to maybe different components?
No. Here the total, this is for the Carnegie, right? So that's what 457
Oh.
and whatever. So did we have, I know that we did not consider that, but did we have a quote or anything?
No, we did not get quotes from the other two publishers.
Jerry, did you have anything?
Oh, yeah. So 2 things. So just to double check, the 457, that's for 8 years. There are no student consumables involved. It's
No, there's an online workbook
okay.
that the students can access. The teachers in that quote that you see, they would be getting, they all wanted one workbook for themselves that was, and that's all they want. So other than that, the students would be accessing the consumables online.
Okay. I was also wondering what's being used now, but I guess if it came from the Reagan administration, it's probably not around.
We have some in storage, I think.
Oh, I see. All right. Curious. All right, thanks.
Anything else? Thank you so much. Is this going to come back to us?
This will come back as action at
Next ordinary. Okay.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Thanks for your patience in waiting so long. Of course. Did we have any public comment on this?
No, we do not.
Okay. Review of district expulsion plan. Stacey?
So we'll invite Amy Steele up to the podium, and this really is a 3-year cycle that we update our expulsion plan, and this actually becomes part of the county's expulsion plan. So every district is required to submit a plan. It's incorporated into the county's expulsion plan. So this is our 3rd year update.
Good evening, everyone. So as Stacey said, I'm here to share with you the draft of the 3-year expulsion plan between Cupertino Union School District and the Santa Clara County Office of Education. This is for the implementation of the education code that applies to expelled students. So just a little background information, the county is required to develop a comprehensive expulsion plan in conjunction with the county school districts for providing educational services for expelled pupils. And the plan is revisited for approval every 3 years. Each district is responsible to create a sub-plan that is then embedded into the county's plan. And upon approval, our plan would go into that larger county plan that would go before their Board of Trustees this summer. So the plan that is provided to you outlines our standard practices in the Cupertino Union School District. It doesn't really have any new information in it. It just formalizes what we offer to our expelled pupils. And so I'm just going to go briefly to give you an overview through the various sections of the plan, and you can scroll through or just listen, whatever your preference is. The first section of the plan outlines our existing behavioral intervention practices at the site and district level. These are our options and efforts to minimize suspensions and expulsions. It's important to note that with the exception of violations that the Ed Code mandates us recommend expulsion, that expulsion is really only reserved for situations where other forms of discipline, including suspension, have really failed to bring out proper conduct or when the student's presence poses a continuing danger to the campus. So the interventions listed in this section are those that we utilize, such as PBIS, our counseling program, SARB, and other standard district programs that are in place to help minimize suspensions and expulsions. The second section of the plan notes the impact of our practices, and we're required to discuss gaps that we might have in our educational services to expelled students. You'll see that in this area, we kind of identify that our district so infrequently engages in expulsions that we tend to support students with really personalized plans to meet their educational needs. The third section of the plan discusses alternate placements, and this section is specifically to discuss pupils who are expelled and are placed in district community day programs, but they fail to meet the terms and conditions of the rehabilitation plan that we have created for them. So this section really just lists all of the legal options that are available to us for alternative placements in this kind of scenario. Those options are not listed in any kind of priority order. It's just everything that we might have available if we have to pursue one of them. And the fourth section of the plan includes information from Santa Clara County Regional's plan. This portion is just reflective of what the county is required to do that I described earlier in terms of to have a plan and sub-plans from each of the county's school districts. And then the final and longest section of the plan includes all of our board policies and administrative regulations relating to student expulsion. So if within the 3-year term, we were to change some type of service or option that we were to make available for expelled students, the plan would have to come back to you for information and approval. So that's it.
Questions? Questions of Amy? Looks like no questions. So I have a question. Does this become a part of our board policy, or where does this fit in the whole scheme of paper trails?
It's not explicitly part of the policy as much as it is just our agreement with the county in terms of how we'll serve students who might be expelled their educational.
So I assume principals are trained and all that sort of
Yeah.
stuff and all
It's
these
more of
things.
like a guiding document, I think, for us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so when,
It will come back May 9th for approval.
and does this come back under action or under consent?
We will need it as action, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amy.
Thank
And
you.
thank you too for your patience. You've
Sure,
been here a
no
long time. Now we have discussion.
There was no public comments on the
Oh, I'm
item.
sorry, public comments?
No, there are not.
Okay. Discussion of resolution 23-24-32, the Montebello property.
I
You
will
want to
turn
kick
it
us
over.
off?
I will turn it over to Chris to kick off.
Thank you again. So tonight we wanted to have a discussion and get some feedback from the board in regards to this draft resolution before you. Just to remind everyone, the board had authorized staff to inquire into the prospects of exchanging the property formerly known as the Montebello School Site. So tonight, Scott Sheldon with Terra Realty will be here to kind of talk a little bit about the process going forward. But as tonight, there's a resolution here. We do have a buyer for the Montebello school site. So I'll invite Scott to come up and talk a little bit about the process and the resolution that's here for information tonight only.
You have a very patient dog.
Good evening, Board Superintendent Yao, Chris. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As Chris mentioned, there was the first step in the process that occurred almost 2 years ago was for the board to declare the Montebello site as surplus property. Went through a 7-Eleven process, and again, that was about 2 years ago. The next step in the process, and we have been working with a potential buyer, is for the board to actually go and enter into a resolution to exchange. So there's great government processes and lots of paperwork that go along with that. So what's here tonight is an information item only. It is for your consideration. The plan is to bring back the resolution after you've had a chance to look at it, and it's fairly straightforward, along with the potential option for an exchange from the party that we've been negotiating with. With that, then that will open up any discussions, and then the subsequent meeting after that, you would be an action item. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this. Very straightforward.
Questions? Guess not. So let's talk about the timeline then. Next time you come back with a final version of the resolution, how would we get feedback to you if we wanted to tell you something? Through Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And then a discussion then of the final resolution, and then the following meeting approval.
And actually, at the next meeting would be a final, discussion on the resolution that's in front of you right now, as well as an introduction on the exchange agreement. So we would
Okay.
be going through the exchange agreement at that time also. We would have a final version from what the buyer is offering to acquire the property for.
And I actually have a question if you don't
Okay,
mind.
go ahead.
And I was wondering if you can kind of explain the exchange, the intent to exchange, and how this is not, how that is different than a regular sale of a property.
Certainly.
Thank
So an exchange involves at least two parties. It involves a owner of real estate, which in this case is the district. It would involve another party that would be a buyer, somebody that wanted that. And many times what happens is that the one party, in this case, the district, would have a piece of property that maybe somebody would want and maybe somebody wouldn't want. So there's typically three parties involved in this. And what the process would be is that we go through and we enter into an exchange agreement. And that exchange agreement then allows the buyer to acquire the property. If they don't have a piece of property, then we need to go out and find a piece of property. So that would be the third part of it. And that's what's going to happen in this particular instance, because the buyer does not have another piece of property that either he has or the district would be interested in. So there'll be three parties in that. And then that will be laid out in the exchange agreement, and we'll talk through all the different nuances of that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Scott.
You're very welcome.
Did you want to add anything to that, or do Chris?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Any public comment on this, Aaron?
No, they're not.
Okay. Balancing enrollment considerations.
So thank you. So tonight, Leslie Maines and I are going to tag team on this. We're bringing this back based on last board meeting. Leslie had shared the recommendations from our enrollment task force. They have one more meeting remaining. It will be next Tuesday. And so they had a variety of different considerations that we had brought forward to the board. And so tonight, what we thought we would do is just a reminder of what the task of the enrollment task force was, and then go through each of their recommendations and get some feedback from the board as to whether this is an interest of yours, whether it's something that staff needs to go back and figure out, whether it should go back to the task force to continue, or whether it should stay with the board to discuss. So we'll go through each slide individually and get a chance to discuss, and then we'll move on.
Okay, super. So what we shared with you last time is these recommendations and considerations came from these two driving questions. What could be discussed and considered that could lead to middle school balance, and what thoughts and strategies should be considered to attract students to possibly a different CUSD middle school. So one of the first things that came up from the group was to look at our current policy and regulation in regards to open enrollment priorities. And so the recommendation from the committee was for the board to consider that CMS students would have a priority to, through open enrollment, go to Lawson, Kennedy, and or Hyde. The district would look at staffing, et cetera, to determine what the number and cap, so that they could staff accordingly. And the current policy and regulation does allow for this. We're already doing it with our elementary schools. This is not something that could be put in place for the next year, most likely, because open enrollment has just happened, but it could be something that the group planned for the following year.
So based on that, the question would be, is this something that the board is interested in pursuing? Again, we already have that ability with our board policy. And so if it is an area that you say, yes, we'd like to see this become in place, then we could go back and work out some of the more logistics of it. Again, because we're so late into the school this year, it would probably apply for next year. Keeping in mind where the task force, because CMS had the highest enrollment number, and they were looking at the Lawson Kennedy, and they actually had looked at those projected numbers out. So part of they were thinking, could they shift some of that higher number from CMS into these particular three schools, which are going to be at a lower enrollment than Miller and CMS.
Are we asking
Okay, so what do you
questions
think?
now? Are we asking questions now? No.
Well, this is a discussion.
Yes, this is discussion. So
This is
you can
discussion, so go for
you
it.
can question and comment.
Okay.
Comments.
So now I'm free to answer. Okay, so is there a priority here, like at Lawson, Kennedy, or Hyde, not in any order of priority, right?
Correct. So what the task force had said, you could consider any of the three. And so that where CMS, right now, what we know is we have quite a few students that attend CMS that have actually open enrolled to go to Lawson. That's the highest number of students. That would be the one that if you were to take this year's data or the 23, this school year's data, it would have had the highest impact in regards to shifting.
And they can apply in only one of that.
They would only apply to one, correct?
Any other questions, comments, discussion?
I'm in favor of this. I will leave it to staff to figure out the exact logistics, but in terms of having this as a tool in our toolbox, I'm in favor.
I agree. I'm in favor of it too, but Leslie, how does the space available language fit into this?
So currently we do space available based on the number of sections and sort of the middle school master schedule. And so they would need to plan accordingly for that. So
the student or the school?
The school would. And so it would be a process that they would need to look at. If we were to allow, we'd come up with a number. If we were to allow additional, based on our projections, an additional 100 kids to come to a school, then we would need to staff accordingly, which would then give the ample space to be able to open up that open enrollment process.
So for example, some school, Lawson, would say, we've got space for 30 kids in any grade levels, or do they specify the grade levels that they have space, or?
They would specify based on, so they'd take their current number of students that they're expecting for next year.
Yeah.
they'd put it through a process of their master scheduling.
Yeah.
But then working with HR would determine that if we want to grow this and decrease Cupertino Middle
Right.
School, we would need to add X number of sections, which in, whichever courses. And so they would make that determination. I think that the thing that the district will want to consider is at which grade level does it make the most sense for a middle school student to leave? It's tough for a kid to leave during their 8th grade year. So it might be something that you look at, okay, are we going to start it at 6th grade? Are we going to do 6th and 7th? Or do we do all 3 grades? And I think that's something for staff to, consider.
I agree with Jerry. I think we let the staff work that out. How the rest of you feel? Ava?
I have a kind of question if the idea of kids transferring to another school in general, does all of our middle schools kind of have this same kind of offer of the core classes? I'm sure it's all the same, but like electives as well.
So
Are they
when we went
almost
through that
as
whole
balanced?
process of looking at the 2 electives, all of the schools have similar, they may not have the exact same electives, but they have similar, they kind of categorize them in different topics. They all have those.
I think I remember that. Okay. Otherwise, it sounds like a good idea as long as it's not like a solid policy that we're going for, because things may change as slide what, number 4, when it talks about site designations, as things can change throughout the school district.
Yeah,
Satish?
yeah, I'm in favor of this for sure. But is there like some cap, like what's the total numbers and things like that to be determined? How is that?
But I think that's what we'd have to go back and look at. That was part of the conversation. Where do we cap it out? Do we really want 300 students to move from CMS over to Kennedy? Because we do have to consider staffing as well. So, I can say as we've looked at some of these open enrollment priorities this first year, we haven't seen a real high number of our families utilize it. So, we would need to take a look at that as well. But there was that concern, would there be this mass exodus? Which we didn't see at the elementary schools either. So we would come back with, what is our ideal? Are we trying to get CMS down to 1,000? Are we trying to get them down to 1,050? That would kind of help lead us where we're going.
Yeah.
Sylvia?
Yeah, I'm certainly in favor of it. I think it's a very simple solution that can be very effective. I think I have some lingering questions about kind of the logistics, which I trust that staff will work out, but I'm curious about like if there's a cap established, or if there's more families than the cap allows, would we do a lottery? Would it like some of those questions, I guess, just make sure there's some equity there, of course. Yeah.
I would think based on how the policy currently reads, if more individuals apply through open enrollment, then space is provided, then it becomes a lottery. And then the priority preference would take place. So for example, one of those big priority preference would be, do you already have a sibling attending there?
Okay, I guess we like this one.
Okay, great. Moving on to number 2, the other one that the task force came up with was site designations. And so this was looking at new developments. And so we came up with the 3, they called attention to 3 different developments, some of which have been already designated and some that have not been. So for example, Butcher's Corner. Butcher's Corner is at the far end of Santa Clara. The boundary that it falls within is Stockleminer and Cupertino Middle School. And so the question would be, since it has not been designated other than our traditional boundaries that we have, it could be designated as is, which is Cupertino Middle School, or it could be designated as Lawson, or it could be designated as Choice. The second one is the Rise, and the Rise is in that Valco area. That also has not been designated. Same thing, it could be designated Lawson, it could be designated Hyde, it could be designated as Choice. And then the third one is Arroyo Village, and Stacy and I went back and forth on this. Arroyo Village falls within that Oaks area. Yet there's another name, West Point. And Stacy believes that Arroyo Village actually probably has less family housing. It's more, I think, some more senior housing. There will be some designated there, but it's really that Oaks Plaza area. And currently that has been designated, and it's been designated as Lawson. It's Garden Gate Lawson area. It falls within that footprint. One of the things that could be considered is adding the choice of Kennedy. And so families, if they live in that area, they would at that middle school transition be able to choose one or the other.
And so our ask of you as the board, is this something that you're interested that we would take back to the task force for them to kind of work out the details? When we look at our numbers from our projections in any of these three areas, Butcher's Corner, I believe, is about 18 students per year spread through K through 8. The Rise is about 100 students spread through K through 8 in 2028. And then again, West Point was a very, very small number of students through K through 8. So we do have some time. We're not going to see these students coming in this next school year. So we do have some time, and thought if that is an interest, it is an opportunity for us to use it as a tool to balance. But we could have the task force as their work for next year take a look at this, or is it something that you would just like to stay having it designated in their current school zone that they would fall into?
What do y'all think, Jerry?
So I have a question, I guess, following up on that, is that both Butcher's Corner and the Rise, they do have a default designation right now, just based on where they are, right? And so I guess my question would be, is there any reason we would want them to go elsewhere? It seems like by providing choice, it makes it introduces more indeterminism for us, because rather than right now, let's say the Rise, we know the 100 kids are going to be here. Now they're going to be somewhere here, somewhere there. It makes things less predictable. So I guess I'm wondering, what would be the benefit of adding the designations, unless where they are going to be is we want them elsewhere. And
I think that really is the three, one of three. The first one would be is they go to what their designated school is. The second one would be we designate where they go to one of our lower enrolled schools. Or the third one would be, do we just give choice and let families decide? So
sure.
that really would be the conversation, that if this was something we wanted to explore, the task force could come back to and create some parameters for it. Because, you know, and for example, the Rise is going to be Lawson or Hyde, which are both low enrollment schools.
But it's east of Wolf right now, so it would be Hyde. So I guess the question in my mind is, do we want to send kids away from Hyde? Because if we don't, then there's no reason to designate it elsewhere. So that, I guess that's what's going through my mind right now, is you would only want to do this if their current designation is at a higher attendance, and you want to, and I don't know if any of these cases are like that.
Well, Butcher's Corner.
Butcher's Corner would be the only one if there's.
Okay, okay.
At the high impact.
Yes, okay, that one.
And from a proximity standpoint for Butcher's Corner, and in our previous discussion, that first slide, that open enrollment priority would fall into place even if that decision wasn't made here, correct? Because a family that is going to Cupertino Middle School, that's where Butcher's Corner would go, would have the opportunity to open enroll. But the other benefit, it just allows you to make that decision. It's the furthest away point from Cupertino Middle School. So from a transportation aspect, you know, it may be something to consider. And I think the Rise location falls in the Lawson boundary.
Their elementary pattern is Collins.
I believe it is Collins
To
Lawson.
the west of Wolf, right? Not the
Correct.
east.
Yeah.
Got it, okay. So therefore, there'd be a reason to, got it, okay.
And I think one of the reasons why the task force suggested a choice with the Rise, Lawson Hyde, has to do with the number of students. When we look at that open enrollment and just the history of open enrollment and the number of students that are going to Cupertino Middle School that would go to Lawson, that if we were to give them another option, would they choose Hyde as well? Because we based on numbers and those projections, we probably will have a pretty easy time increasing the Lawson size. And it's really looking at, okay, how do we support Kennedy and Hyde also with an increase in numbers and some additional balancing?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Questions?
So. Like, sorry, I just started talking without.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the site designation or that there's. Are there other places in the district where we have a different site designation than what their default is?
We have 2 areas where we have choice.
Okay,
So we have a Lawson
right,
Kennedy choice,
uh-huh,
and we have a Lawson CMS choice. But they're not based on new developments. So in regards to new developments, I don't recall, and you can correct me, I don't recall us making a determination that a new development would go completely to a different location rather than just the choice. And so when Lawson opened, we gave choice in some areas, but they
Right.
weren't based on new developments.
okay, and I remember
Yeah.
when the district did that, so. So the Royal Village is new development.
Correct.
But Butcher's Corner isn't, is it?
It is.
It is.
It is.
It's been under
It's been,
consideration for a long time, but I don't think they've ever opened it.
no, they have,
Oh, are
they
they
haven't
still-
opened. I think it's projected to open.
27, I believe.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay,
It's-
I was
yeah.
getting confused because I thought this was already existing, so then I was.
No.
So these are all,
These 3 are new.
These
New
3 are,
developments.
yes.
got it, okay.
Yep.
So
And there
what you,
are other new develops, and so I'm not wanting to focus on these 3, but there are, but they're pretty minimal on the number of students that we're getting from any of those other new developments when we look at the projections.
so what you want from us is, do we want to pursue this? or
Yeah,
do
are
we
you
wanna-
interested in this?
Or do we
is it
want to
something
just let them
wanna
go to their?
Put it on a
neighborhood
shelf
schools?
for a little bit and
Yeah.
What do y'all
can always bring
think?
it back.
You're continuing.
Oh, I'm interested in it. I want to get some more. Generally, philosophically, I like the idea of giving families choice. Right, because families will choose based on, you know, what works for their family. It could be all different kinds of reasons, right? And so to offer kind of 2 different options and letting them choose, I like that on principle. I think some of the questions that Jerry had also were kind of in my head, like, well, are we just solving one problem to create another problem? From one site to another site. So I guess that would be the lingering question in my head.
And I think that could be the work for the task forces, you know, you shared this recommendation that our board is interested in learning more. What would you see this looking as we play out?
My view is I prefer to have a site associated to each of them and a choice because anyone who says that, oh, what's your default school? If they don't choose it, why do you do it? Kind of, right? So we need to have them associated to one of the schools and they can have a choice.
Share that with the
David, what do you think?
Well, I was looking at, you know, where they are and stuff. I think giving people, like, we have certain designations already based on elementary school districts and we're at, and if it's kind of like, you know, how we have that one section that you called the Sunnyvale rectangle that has like a weird thing. I guess to be fair, most people, like, if you already live in the area, there's that, but if it's kind of hard to determine now because we're maybe a year or 2 ahead of these developments actually happening. But I also was thinking, like, you know, if they're stuck in an area and it's like you're kind of equal distance to one middle school or another, especially if it's on the edge of a border, then having choice is kind of a good idea because and it might be attractive for those who may be moving in that they have a choice, you know, to move into these developments. I don't know. I think I mean, the whole reason of us giving people choice is kind of like the last decision we're making about open enrollment priorities for middle schools is to make sure that our schools are balanced. And I would be okay if we waited a year for them to kind of look into that to see how much it's actually affecting the schools after our open enrollment priorities that probably won't take effect until next year for CMS students to have options to go to the other middle schools. But if the rest of my board thinks like this is something open enrollment can look into now, starting now, I'm okay with that as well.
Jerry, where are you?
I guess I'm kind of just linking this back to the goal of balancing, enrollment, and I'm not really seeing a straight line. It's probably the options on here my least favorite, but I don't hate it enough to oppose it. So I'm okay if I think one or more folks would like to explore it, certainly be supportive of it. I guess that maybe, through more work by the committee, it maybe help me see what are the potential here. So I'm not against it. Okay.
And I think part of it too is the task force when it was originally formed and their focus had been on balancing enrollment, flexible boundaries and parent choice. And so I think this was one of the areas that they, kind of wanted to bring forward to make sure that they were addressing all three of those areas.
I also would like to continue to explore it. And I think, Jerry, what will happen is the balance will come when the schools determine how many kids they can take. But I know we've made some decisions in the past in the district to balance enrollment that haven't worked because enrollment hasn't balanced as a result of those decisions. But I think in this case, the middle schools have some control over how many kids they will take. I don't know. Anyway, it's worth exploring.
Okay. The next one is the notion of collaboration with Fremont Union High School District. And so to determine whether or not Fremont is interested in a conversation about their need to balance enrollment and modify sizes of schools and our need to balance enrollment. What the graphic shows here is it shows where currently the flow is, what schools feed into Lynbrook and what schools feed into Monte Vista. And the recommendation from the task force was, could there be any consideration that students that go to Hyde, which would normally go to Cupertino High School, would Fremont be interested in having a conversation about Hyde attendance and a trajectory to Lynbrook and or Monte Vista?
So currently there is a free FUHSD board policy that does allow, I believe it's 70 students from either Miller, McAuliffe, and Hyde, that if they are attending, then they get priority to roll into Lynbrook. So I believe 50 from Miller and McAuliffe, and then there's remaining spots, Hyde to have those. So the thinking on that, would there be an interest in exploring with FUHD? One, not changing that, but could that become something then that maybe Hyde gets more of a larger number to go to Lynbrook, or vice versa, Kennedy, if families enroll in Kennedy, would they get a certain number that could go to Monte Vista to help them balance their number? And this would be one that would really fall back on the staff, I think, to have those initial conversations with FUHSD.
So what are y'all thinking about this one?
I'm for it. So
Me too.
Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, let me differ something. So I think too much of difference probably in the other way. Okay, means like if they change the policy, then we will have to. Currently, it is little independent of each other, and if we have a dependency, they make a change, we will also get pressurized on that from the public or the community. So right now there is every home has a designated school, and that can change in this case. So not a great idea.
Okay, Ava?
So right now you're saying that there is an existing policy in FUHSD that allows like 70 students, you said.
I believe it's 70 students is the cap that
Right, so
Lindbergh.
it's nothing,
Excuse
it's
me,
not,
from Miller to Lindbergh.
so it's in existing policy. We're just,
And I'm not sure it's a policy or if it's a practice.
I
It's
think it is a
It's
policy.
a policy.
I think I did find.
Okay.
On it.
it's a
And,
policy.
and that came from their Citizens Advisory Group.
This would have to be one of those that has to have a benefit for FUHSD. I know that, they're addressing declining enrollment and looking at balancing, and so, it would be that mutual.
And I'm
benefit to
assuming
both.
it's because Lynbrook and Monte Vista, those particular high schools have the lower amount of students attendance based on their current numbers. I'm okay with that.
So unless things have changed recently, I think that the practice is written so that it comes back to the board every few years. So that it's not kind of like, depending on what their enrollment's gonna be, they don't wanna like promise those 70 seats, I think. I
Don't know.
At least this is what,
I just saw the policy.
okay, if it's policy, then that's great.
Which could also be changed every so year.
Which
every
could
couple
also,
years.
yeah, absolutely, yes.
Right. And what we heard from one of the members of our group, who also sits on their group, is that some of the things that they tried were not as successful as they had hoped in regards to their own balancing. And so, what we showed here, or what our committee said, oh, maybe they would consider this, maybe something very different if CUSD and FUHSD sit down together to talk about what's your need, what's our need, and is there a way that we can present something back to our boards for consideration.
So I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's a good idea for the staff to sit down and figure out something that would be mutually beneficial. I actually also think that this slide, this idea, really in combination with the previous idea, is going to, the previous idea will be stronger if the high school, if the FUHSD collaboration happens.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Can I ask, or can I add something more?
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't know, is it whose vested interest would come there, like, because we are trying to balance, but not necessarily that will be kind of that approach, it'll be likable or kind of things which is favorable for FUHSD, let's say, then that may not work, or vice versa. Or they can, if that kind of collaboration starts, they'll start suggesting us, why don't you do this way too? So a little bit of good, what happens is the freedom or the choice, what we have probably will be limited in that case.
I think that's an important conversation with Fremont. I mean, we have a good working relationship, and we certainly want to help each other out and benefit our community. Really, it's a benefit to our families, I think.
Anything else on this one? Okay, Leslie?
The next one was the possible exploration of two different things. And this would be potentially continued work of our enrollment task force as we move into the next school year. One would be to really understand the enrollment decline at Hyde from just a pure standpoint of numbers and families in that area, or desires within that area to go somewhere else, to open and roll to other locations. And so you briefly touched upon this at the last meeting as a potential survey option to see if we could gather some more information from the Hyde community through a survey or something. And then the other one was an alternative school expansion, and whether or not a Murdoch Portal or a Faria expansion into a middle school setting would be something that would be possible philosophically, possible facility wise, or even an interest to the community.
And so with that, the exploration of Hyde is certainly something that the task force could continue to delve into as they do their work next year. And then with the alternative school, is that even something that is the board saying, I'd like to hear more, I'd like to know a little bit more, and we could take it back to the task force to say, let's dive into this and see what that could possibly look like.
Thoughts?
This is an interesting thing. I would like to explore
Which one, both?
the alternative school expansion things. I would like to hear.
Like both. I love the deeper understanding of the enrollment decline of Hyde gives us an idea maybe what's going on with the community to kind of help us get data to drive our maybe future decisions on enrollment. And I liked also the alternative school expansion because we do have quite a few alternative schools at the elementary level, with the exception of McCullough, it's also K-8. But expanding a different kind of alternative school or a smaller middle school is probably gives our parents more choice. I like the idea.
I'm interested in exploring the alternative school expansion.
Jerry? Okay, I have some questions about, not questions, but concerns, I guess is a better word, about the alternative school expansion, because it sounds like it's going to be another school within a school situation, which I think is difficult. So I'm interested in exploring it, but I think that that's a potential red flag. That's it. Okay, anything more?
Okay. And then the next one is that Sunnyvale rectangle. It's the section that falls in the city of Sunnyvale. It's right in the middle of our school district. It's over on the Nimitz side across from what used to be called Loman's Plaza. It's currently zoned for Sunnyvale School District. We have 53 students, which is different data than we shared last time. So Aaron and Kristen pulled the current data, and I only showed you middle school as well at the last meeting. So we have 23 middle school students, 30 elementary school students. This is this year's enrollment. It shows where they fall. What is also interesting is that I had said there wasn't a lot of students in that area that were going to alternative schools, but we've got a couple. And also, as you look at this based on that location, these families have also open enrolled because they're not all going to Nimitz Elementary School or to Cupertino Middle School. And so here are the numbers, and Stacy's gonna have you discuss.
So, I think we had touched on this last time. There is no written agreement that we can find that where this ever began as existence. It's been many, many years. I think, it's been symbiotic relationship for many, many years. We were LCFF. We had students. We got to have the per pupil money. Sunnyvale was community funded, so they got property tax. We lived happily ever after together because we were both benefiting from it. I think the shift now is as we are shifting into community funded, it does become more of an impact to us. 53 students enrolled in our schools. We're not receiving the property tax, and yet we're educating these students just as if they were a Cupertino student. So really three different scenarios or questions I would pose to you. One is we stay status quo. Students continue to enroll. They're considered our students. Sunnyvale continues to collect the property tax. We could, option number two, we could say that because we're not receiving the property tax for the students, that we have them enroll in Sunnyvale. With that, I would say the caveat is I'm sure we would want to work out some kind of a transition plan to make it work for the students. And then the third one would be that we have a conversation beginning with Sunnyvale. Students can continue in CUSD, but we collect the property tax for it. I'm not sure where I say having a conversation with Sunnyvale. I don't know the steps of that. I'm doing some research with ROB. What does that even look like? I'm sure we can't just say, give us our property taxes. Thank you very much. And, I think we want to continue to have that good working relationship with Sunnyvale, but we also want to make sure that we're getting fair funding for serving our students as well. So those were really the three different scenarios, and maybe there's something else that you guys as a board would like to discuss.
Citation.
So the one question, are these rental property or are these apartments or is it?
Most of them are apartments across from, it used to be Orchard, it's something else.
They're all
apartments on that side of the street.
They're all small apartment complexes. Multiple.
Small apartment complex. So more or less this 53 remains 53 going for in the past. How is this trend? Is it average about 50 students we are getting it, or is it a current snapshot?
This is a current snapshot.
How was it earlier? Do you know, or any data we had?
It was a teeny bit lower the first time Kristen had pulled it.
I want to say 3 years ago, when one of our former board members had an interest in exploring that and we pulled the numbers, I want to say it was in the mid to upper 30s for the number of students at that time.
So 30 to 50 kind of, right? Then we can, I prefer to, my view is that option 3, if we can. Okay, if we can, but I don't know the logistics for that. I agree with you. If it is challenging, but option 3 would be the best. Because I think, yeah, sending the kids away is not a great thing. Just for the sake of this thing. That's what I wanted to know, like how this, is it constant or is it 20, 25-ish kind of with doable? Because 50 seems a little high for sure. We need to have some plan. So option number 1 is option 3. That's what I would prefer. And if it cannot, then we should look into it.
But in any case, you want to explore.
Yeah, I want to explore that. Status quo, as an option 2 for me, status quo, but we have to get the data about this, the numbers. Is this 50 going to be 50? Is it going to be, because everywhere we are showing a declining and right trend. So how is it going to be here?
Next, Sylvia.
I would be similar to Satish, interested in exploring it overall. I think, I'd be glad to have staff talk with the Sunnyvale School District staff and just kind of explore the different options. I'm also reluctant to send those families away. I feel like they've been a part of our community. And their children have, been a part of, if you look at the schools, they're definitely all over our district. And so I'm more reluctant to send families away. I would be curious as you're talking with staff over there, how much property taxes is that section, right? Like what are we talking about? Because if it's not necessarily providing them that much, it's just good data to know.
Great.
I would be in favor, just echoing what Satish and Sylvia shared, is to work with the Sunnyvale School District and the county to formally transfer that property into CUSD. I remember a few years ago, there were some parents who came and talked to me about, I think they lived around Apple Park and they wanted their area to be part of CUSD and not being Santa Clara, and they had all this paperwork, and I remember reading through it, and it involves, I think the county board has to get involved somehow. That would be my preference. If that's not possible, I would like to see a plan where we transition the folks out of our district. I understand your point about they've been here a long time, but at the same time, there's a part of me that just really dislikes having written policy be one way and the actual practice be the other. And maybe it's something that happens over a number of years where perhaps these students and their siblings can continue with CUSD, but no new people coming in, so that not necessarily over a period of year or two, perhaps longer than that, but just getting out of the situation. So that would be my preference. Thanks.
Have we tried asking the county registrar of voters, like the history behind it? Maybe they have some, and has there been any in Santa Clara County historically with the situation similar to this?
I'm not aware. I haven't asked that question.
Yeah, and that might give some sort of idea what procedures people have done in the past in terms of areas of designation. I definitely want to be exploring this option. I also like the idea is like these families have been part of our school district, and at the very least, whatever comes out of it, if they end up having the designation end up being in a different district, that we still give them ability to attend if based on family, like they've done it before. And I wonder if maybe there may be some things that we can ask our county, Santa Clara County Assessor's Office. That might have some sort of history behind it, if the registrar of voters may not. Yeah, and to look into the options. I mean, this is quite a bit of number of students that we have. So I appreciate this being brought up and looking forward to see what information we can gather more.
Can I just jump on to piggybacking on what Jerry said? Because that wasn't an option. I really like the idea of figuring out, going to the county and seeing if we can officially absorb that section into our district so that they're officially our district.
I
You know,
see
there's a process. there.
it was something along the lines of both school boards have to approve, but then the county also, you have to make
There's
a
a county
case.
committee.
There's a county committee that also has to
that
agree.
regulates this.
Yeah.
But I think the first step is for Stacy or our staff and the Fremont staff, or the Sunnyvale staff, to talk about
Mhm.
what, you know, as I'm with Stacy, I don't want to alienate them.
Yeah.
But I would love to have that part of our district, really our district, where there are kids and we get them.
That was
Yeah.
my next comment.
But the county committee will be involved in that after your discussion with them. Okay, does that give you enough?
Gives us enough.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right,
you.
thank you for coming, and you
Yes.
have a long drive. I'm sorry you're so late.
That's okay. It's nice to see all of you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, and now we have consent. Oh, did we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. Actually, it's good having you over there because I can really see. So consent, we need a motion.
I move to approve items 12.1 through 12.8.
Thank you, Jerry. Second.
A second.
Thank you, Sylvia. Roll call vote.
Trustee Leon,
Aye.
trustee Manhattan,
Aye.
trustee Chow,
Aye.
trustee Lu,
Aye.
trustee Vogel,
Aye. Action items, adoption of STEM scopes. This is an action item. We need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Satish.
A second.
Sylvia, thank you.
There's no presentation.
Okay, roll call vote.
trustee Leon,
Can I just say something first? So I had a chance to sit down with Marie and look at the curriculum, and it's fantastic. So I think it's really good to give our teachers better tools to help students, as well as give students just this better quality curriculum. So
Good. Thank
long
you.
story short,
trustee Leon,
aye.
trustee Manhattan,
Aye, no
Sure.
comments.
No, I can't believe you have no comments.
trustee Chow,
I'm sure the teachers will be looking forward to trying this curriculum. Aye.
trustee Lu,
Aye.
trustee Vogel.
Aye. And next action item, grant application to the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standards Attainment Program. We need a motion.
I move.
Thank you, Ava. A second.
13.2.
I'll second.
Jerry, thank you.
No presentation. This was a application that we did prior. We're bringing it back to see if we can get approval on this time for the EV.
Okay. Discussion, comments? Roll call vote.
Trustee Leon,
Aye.
trustee Manhattan,
Aye.
trustee Chow,
Aye.
trustee Lu,
Aye.
trustee Vogel.
Aye. Board activity. Anybody? I don't have
You
anything.
have a lot.
So Superintendent Yao and I went to Washington DC. And we went with a whole delegation of school board members and superintendents from across the state to go meet with our different congressional reps. And the two of us had a chance to talk with our congressperson, Rep. Rokana, and actually specifically tell him about things that were happening in Cupertino regarding cybersecurity, regarding special ed, and a few different topics to really just lobby for more attention and more funding thing from federal government, so.
Great, thank you. Satish, do you have anything?
I don't.
Ava, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Do you have anything, Superintendent? Yeah.
No, nothing to add.
Okay, we're adjourned. Oh, no, agenda setting.
We have closed session to return to.
Yeah, we're going to adjourn. Oh, can't adjourn. Okay. Anything under agenda setting?
As long as we're gonna have more of a discussion, I think when we were talking about the Montebello property, yeah. In the bond, especially the bond, and having a discussion on the general plan. Like to get time for that.
Anything else? Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you for.